will everything be alright? I need a sign, cause I don't wanna waste my time. Sometimes I don't wanna wake up, I feel tired in my bed, wanna lay up, watch TV and step out fake love, let the drama unfold with my brain numb. Yeah, I'm still digesting everything that's going on, second guessing if this world is a place worth saving. I feel lost in this world as of lately. Give me a sign, will everything be alright? I need a sign, cause I don't wanna waste my time. I wish I knew if all of my dreams would come true. I wanna be free, I gotta find a way to believe. All I know is that if I give up then it's over, but if I keep going every day's a bit closer. Highs and the lows feels like a roller coaster, it's never over. I gotta find a way to get inspired in this life. Stop looking out and start looking inside. Find what I love and take a little pride. Anything is better than complaining about life. I don't need help, I could do it by myself. No pain, no gain, I will go through hell. Do what it takes, I will break out of my shell. I'm never coming back, once I'm gone I'm out. Yeah, got me like ooh, watch me on the screen, you gon' see me making moves. You gon' see me scheme like I got something to prove. Working like a fiend, yeah I do just what I do. Got a purpose, got a view, turn my vision into truth. My dreams are becoming lucid, the more I work improving, the more I fight, keep moving. I am not losing, pride keeps me refueling. I will be better real soon, yeah, real soon, yeah. Give me a sign, will everything be alright? I need a sign, cause I don't wanna waste my time. I wish I knew if all of my dreams would come true. I wanna be free, I gotta find a way to believe. Gotta believe, I will make it happen one day. You gon' see my face and my name. Came to this place to be great. Okay, okay, I will make it happen one day. You gon' see my face and my name. Came to this place to be great. Okay, okay.
I work blind, got vision I don't need to see. I'm picking mind over matter, I believe in me. I need to find more hours in the day to breathe. Need to find more power in the way I be. And when my mind turns sour with the painful scenes, I need to scream out loud, I can't stop me. I wanna be the greatest like Rocky. You know I leave them all hating like a hobby. I'm out here making moves like a lobby. And if you ain't with me, it's you lost. See, I got my mind on the facts, I'm a python, grab what I like real fast. Choke until I have everything I attack, everything that I lack, everything that I want, and I see matter of fact. Cause I'm my own worst enemy. Only if I let it be. I can control anything if I can just think carefully. I control my destiny. Deep up in my mind I manifest it. Every morning I wake up obsessed, and everything I do the best. And deep within my mind you know I'll always manifest it.
just think carefully, I control my destiny. Deep up in my mind I manifest it. Every morning I wake up obsessed, and everything I do the best. And deep within my mind, you know I'll always manifest it.
Hello and welcome to my Mind Over Your Matter. My name is Rick, and yes, I took a day off yesterday. I was not feeling 100%. I had that three-hour show, plus like 3.5 hour show, killed my throat, so I needed to take a break. But I'm here now and going through a lot of stuff. Trying to figure things out with my health and so forth. And I started physical therapy yesterday, and it looks like I'm not in good shape right now. As far as like my health and my neck. My neck is giving me problems, really bad problems, and I'm gonna have to see a surgeon in a very near future. Actually, I'm gonna make an appointment to see my primary, and then get a referral to see one of these two doctors that my physical therapist recommended to me, because I'm having issues, really bad issues with my neck, and it's causing me problems, especially with my wrist and somewhat my forearm, but mainly on the outside of my wrist and in the inside too, but mostly like on the outside. And I'm getting a lot of numbness, a lot of pain, a lot of like not feeling good. It really sucks. Um, you know, for me, it's been a long road, right? Because this accident happened at the end of 2011. We're here heading towards the end. Well, we're in the middle of 2025, but I'm pretty sure it's going to go quick. It's been about 14 years now, and now I'm getting more problems. I'm having more problems, and I can feel it from my neck, and I can feel when the pain happens in my neck. It radiates from my shoulder and it comes down to my arm, and then it affects the side of my forearm and my arm, and it's hard to grip. Like, grip strength is very weak. I feel weak in the hands and not feeling 100%, and it really sucks. I'm doing everything. Let me tell you, everything that I can do, I'm doing. But when it's too much and it's out of my hands, I'm gonna seek for more help. And I don't like surgeries. I don't like them, especially um, especially with my neck. Um, my biggest fear is and this is a second opinion doctor I'm actually going to, because the first one, all he did was scare the shit out of me. He was like, listen, if I operate you're gonna probably end up being paralyzed. And that's not what I want to hear from my doctor. That's the last thing I want to hear. It's like, there's a good chance you could be paralyzed from the surgery. I'm like, well, that just kind of gives me a false sense of security with my confidence with you, the doctor, and not was not happy with that individual. And I saw that individual 2 times, and he gave me the same story 2 times. So I'm assuming that he's just not confident enough to do the surgery. Um, and by me waiting, the more time I wait, the more I deteriorate. Um, and it's not a good thing. And I'm already losing feeling on my left arm and my wrist, and it's been steadily getting worse. I wish I could say, yeah, I'm getting better, but it's nowhere near that. I am actually going opposite. I'm getting worse, um and I did my aquatic therapy this year. I've done physical therapy earlier this year, and then I did the aquatic therapy for like 3 months. Actually, no, it was 2 months of physical therapy in the aquatic in the pool, and now I'm doing land therapy. They call it, which is physical therapy. And I had an assessment, and it wasn't good. It was like there's something she knew already. She as soon as she put her hands around my neck and then my shoulders and she started going deep inside, like pushing in, she knew there was something not right. My my traps were too tense, too like they were in protective mode. Like my shoulders and the muscles inside there are in like safety mode, and it's affecting this whole side of my arm and down to my wrist area, and it's very 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 painful. If you know someone had neck injury or had surgery, I could probably relate to them a little bit more better, and maybe they could share their stories with me. But I don't know that many people or know anyone that have had the same surgery I've had. And I know there's a lot of people out there that do have the same, but I want to know if they have the same feeling of with this arm going numb and the extreme amount of pain. I'm telling you about, like, it's a pain that it's doesn't go away, and it's very persistent. It gets like it'll calm down for a little bit, and the pain will calm down for a little bit, and it's like soft, like you could touch it and it'd be so painful. But like right now, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. My biggest problem is when I sleep at night. I don't know what the hell happens when I'm sleeping, but when I wake up in the morning, all this is like super amount of pain. I feel like I was in a boxing match, like tired, fatigue, not feeling good. And I'm still seeking help. So, like I said, I started physical therapy with a therapist that I really like, and she's awesome. And I just gotta make these appointments. Actually, I gotta get these referrals for because I just got the doctor's names and the phone numbers today. So, but I was gonna do it tomorrow morning because by the time I got this, it was already late in the afternoon, and I'm not gonna be jumping on no phone to be calling nobody. It was just too late in the afternoon. So I'll just save it for tomorrow morning and try to get this resolved because it's a nightmare. My neck is just a nightmare, and the fact that I already been warned about possibility of being paralyzed a couple of times already in my life. Initially, when I broke my neck and I had the surgery, before I had the surgery, when I spoke to the doctor, and the doctor was like, "Yeah, you need to have surgery like immediately," and I'm surprised that you're still walking. That's what he told me. That's what my doctor told me. I'm surprised you're walking, and Then when he told me I needed neck surgery, of course I broke down and cried because it's a major thing. And he gave me a 50-50 chance. He was like, there's a 50-50 chance that you may end up paralyzed for the rest of your life, or you're going to live life in pain. And the outcome of that surgery, of course, I'm living life in pain. But this pain is not right. This pain is very concerning. And not only that is concerning, but I have this, I am a psychic medium. I read energy and I can read myself. And I do feel like I'm gonna need surgery. It's just everything, the way it's happening in my neck and the pains and certain things that are. Um, the last time I went to see the doctor, like I said, I did do an MRI on my neck, and they found something in my neck. I don't think I ever specified this here on YouTube or on my show, but they did find a abscess in my neck, and we don't know if it's cancer or not. Um, it's a 5 millimeter, pretty good little size mass. I guess abscess is a cyst, what they call it, in the area where I had my surgery. It's in the cage, right in the front. Um, I don't know if that's what's causing me to have more issues with what's going on with me. But I have a big feeling it is. And I'm going to have a second opinion. I'm going to speak to, they gave me two doctors' name tomorrow. Because I do have physical therapy tomorrow morning. I'm going to talk to the physical therapist and we're going to decide this together on which doctor that I'm going to go to, and then see what can be done. I don't want to end up being paralyzed, of course. I don't, I think of paralyzed, I think of Christopher Reeves type of paralyzed, like not be able to walk again and being in the bedridden. It's not the direction where I want to go. But I'm going to have to face those, consequences one way or another. This has to be resolved. If I end up paralyzed, well, I'm going to be doing my show from the bed because I'm not going to stop. It's not gonna stop me. It's just gonna slow me down. That's all it will do. It will slow me down, but it's not gonna stop me from what I want to do. Um, it's just gonna be more challenging. Um, I don't want to be paralyzed. I've had family members that were paralyzed, and they were very miserable, very very miserable, and it was just not easy for them at all. And I just wouldn't want to go down that path. I'd rather be dead, to be honest with you, than to have to go through what they went through. And that's real talk. Um, but if they give me the chance of 50-50 again, gonna have to gamble. I'm gonna have to gamble, and it's gonna put my life on the line again to 50-50 chance paralyze or continue to live life in pain. I hope it's continue life in pain and hopefully get this resolved. It just needs to get resolved. I just can't sit on it. And I got to be aggressive with these doctors because I feel like these doctors are just like very tentative about certain surgeries, and especially the neck. It's spinal surgery is not easy, and it's very painful. And once you have one surgery, you're gonna have like a couple of more down the line, and I'm gonna end up being a victim of that, having a couple of surgeries down the line, and I have to deal with that. The throat situation from the last surgery I had, there's no answers yet on the biopsies. We are waiting to see how's the cancer doing, So far, I don't know yet. And sometimes when it's taking a long time, it's not a good thing. But I'm trying to stay positive as much as possible on that end, because it's like two battles at once. You know, it's just you got to fight on all fronts. And when it comes to your health, you got to make sure you take care of yourself first, you know, and don't worry about everybody else later, and put your full focus on yourself. And that's what I'm doing. And I do everything I can to try to keep this functioning, but it seems like I am being dealt a really bad hand, and I'm trying to like win at all odds. And yeah, that's where I'm at right now. That's my confessions. Now to the show. Hey, what's up, Albie? What's up, Seven Serpents in the house? How you guys doing? I hope you guys are having a good day today. Me, I'm just been a mess today. And I know there's something wrong with me because I'm very fatigued. I'm very tired. I'm very exhausted. My neck is really killing me. And this pain, all is in here. Woo! I wouldn't want to wish it on my worst enemy. Like, if my worst enemy was to come in front of me, and I wouldn't want to wish it on them because I wouldn't want them to suffer like I am. You know, I'll give them mercy for sure because I wouldn't want them to feel this pain. It's horrible, but you know, I do what I can, and that's all I can do is hope for the best. You know, but I definitely got some stories to go through today. I pulled out a couple of I got two stories from Tyson De La Cruz, and I got a story from Benny Johnson. We're gonna watch a little bit of Benny Johnson. I do have, I guess, from the White House. Seems like some kind of thing there from the White House. We're gonna check that out. I haven't seen it yet. I just set it up, so we're gonna watch it together. And then I got another one. It's a good channel. This channel is called Liberal Mindset. Actually no, liberal. Give me 1 second. Let me set this up. It's welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind. It's a pretty cool channel on YouTube. I've been a subscriber to him for years. Oh my goodness, years and years and years. And we're gonna watch a episode of his today. I think it'll be a good thing. So with that said, boo-hoo. We got through the boo-hoo. We got through the sad part. And keep it moving. Keep it moving. So that's how life is, man. It's, you know, these are the cards I'm dealt with, and I gotta play with what I got. And you know, down the line, you just hope for the best. That's all you can do, you know, and stay focused, and just, it's just not easy. That's all. But let's go ahead and get this started here. Let's watch some of this liberal minds here. Give me 1 second. Let's get this liberal hive mind.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. You know, you often hear this criticism with politicians that they're inconsistent, they flip-flop. And of course,
that's the medicine road here.
Image of what it is to be a Democrat these days, right? Run as a socialist and then turn into a totally corrupt crony the moment you get elected and shaft your entire voter base. I guess what I'm trying to say is that Democrats aren't exactly consistent. However, if there's one thing that Democrats are consistent about, it's engaging in all of their little schemes, it's the little money laundering schemes under the guise of compassion. Whether it's bloated DEI budgets, sham nonprofits, or emergency fundraisers, well, that's one place where you expect Democrats to be highly consistent. Basically, they're highly consistent in their corruption. And that's, of course, been a big part of the political discussion in 2025 with all the Doge findings and whatnot. Well, I guess the conversation now continues as another massive accusation of fraud and money laundering now comes to light. Apparently, left-wing NGOs ran away with tens of millions of dollars after running a massive over $100 million celebrity-packed fundraising effort following the Los Angeles wildfires in California. We're now learning, thanks to an investigative journalist, that the money simply disappeared, vanished into thin air. I mean, you really can't make this stuff up. Boy, do I have a bombshell for you guys, but this video is actually brought to you guys by a sponsor, so let's first play that clip. This video is sponsored by Ground News. We are in the middle of an information war. I mean, it's all out digital warfare out there. We got so many
straight to it.
jungle. You need to be equipped with the right best news aggregation, the absolute most important stories, and then shows you the stories. Yeah, well, it basically doesn't exist in left-wing circles. Well, if you want to have the full view, you need Ground News, you need the blind spot tool.
And Ground News.
Take a look at this clip.
For Fire Aid, that star-studded concert that raised $100 million for wildfire victims. But where did all that money go? Investigative journalist Sue Pascoe has been digging for answers, and what she's discovered might just surprise you. And Sue Pascoe,
a reader sent me a little note and said, I've never seen any fire aid money. How do I apply for fire aid money? And I thought, well, I've never thought about that. There's 12,000 people, basically 12,000 homes gone. Those people probably want to know where the money is. This will be an easy task to find out. Mm-hmm. So I contacted the Annenberg. They never responded.
And the Annenberg is
Foundation, because they are overseeing the wildfire funds, yes. So I emailed them several times. They never responded. I called them several times. They never responded. And finally, it was like almost 2 weeks later, a woman got back to me and she said, I'm sorry for the delay. The person you need to speak to is Chris Wallace. He's a media spokesperson for wildfire funds. So I contacted Chris and I said, victims want to know when they can get their money. Seems like a recession. Mm-hmm. He said, basically, they don't. All this money are going to nonprofits, and the nonprofits will take care of making sure the money's distributed. So I looked at initially they gave $50 million to about 120 nonprofits. And I looked at these nonprofits, and one of them said, we help mobile home parks. And there were 2 mobile home parks in the Palisades, all low income. Mm-hmm. And so I contacted the people there. They had never received any money. They had never heard of that. When you go through, I would urge everyone to just go to the nonprofits that are listed if you want a good laugh. I mean, one of the nonprofits cleans preschool bathrooms. Well, after the fire, who knows? Maybe there is a preschool bathroom that needs cleaning.
So apparently in California, Democrats and a bunch of celebrities raised millions upon millions of dollars for wildfire victims. But just like every other feel-good leftist scam, the money didn't go where they claimed. According to investigative reports, it went to, quote, nonprofits. In other words, it likely funded a bunch of bloated salaries for a bunch of activist grifters and probably some fat checks for the executives running the whole show. The victims completely ignored. The communities still scorched and crumbling and now dealing with layering issues in true Democrat fashion, like having to deal with squatters on your non-existent burnt down lot.
Squatters are overtaking vacant lots that burn down, like this one right behind me here. This guy set up a whole campsite and I guess actually went down to the DMV, listed this as his address on his driver's license, and the property owner can't get them off. The police even showed up and they said, we can't do anything about it. It's got to go to the courts. Here's another one right behind me. This is 2 right across the street from each other, squatters who have overtaken these properties and the homeowners cannot get them off of the site. So if you're in Pacific Palisades or Altadena, I'd get some security fencing up right away, or you might lose your property to a vagrant, and the county isn't going to do anything to help you.
It's just Democrats slap in the face after Democrats slap in the face. And going back to the fundraising scam, just think about it. Millions upon millions of dollars raised. Supposedly all of these compassionate celebrities coming together to do something good for the victims. They raised all of this money off the backs of devastated families, burned homes, scorched to the ground neighborhoods. I mean, neighborhoods at one point looking like charcoal. And here come these celebrities playing savior, when really in reality, reality, what they're doing is siphoning funds for the Democrat NGO racket. It's absolutely crazy, but it's not exactly new either. It's the same racket every single time, just like we saw during BLM, whether it's a manufactured crisis or a legitimate crisis. The Democrats come in and fundraise like hell. I mean, boy, do they have a fundraising machine, but then they do nothing. There's no accountability, no transparency, and most importantly, no actual results. Tens of millions of dollars, sometimes billions of dollars gone, and then nothing to show for it. They've replicated this model across the board. Humanitarian crisis, fundraise. Environmental disaster, fundraise. Homelessness epidemic, fundraise. Not to mention all the taxpayer dollars that are also being funded to these NGOs. But all the while, over the last however many decades, the situations on the ground continue to gradually get worse and worse and worse. Obviously, something's not clicking, right? Put two and two together. It's not about helping people, it's about feeding the loyal foot soldiers. That's what everything's about. You could extrapolate this across almost every Democrat policy. Here's another one, DEI. Just to make the picture even more nauseating, just look at this story from the New York Post. We're now learning that Mayor Pete in the Department of Transportation blew through $80 billion. Yes, with a B, $80 billion. Not on building new airports, not on building infrastructure or doing anything relevant, not on tackling the East Palestine crisis, no, on DEI grants. Meanwhile, the results, traffic control systems that are crumbling, flights getting delayed, or nearly colliding in the sky, the actual infrastructure being ignored, no advancements in tech and making the system better. No, just a bunch of DEI initiatives, a bunch of rainbow flags and photos of wildly diverse casts and crew. I mean, the way I think of it is if the Democrats are spending money, well, don't expect very much. It's likely not going to anything productive. The consultants get their checks, the Democrat Party gets their Act Blue donations, but they don't fix problems. In fact, it seems they inflate the problem and then just milk it absolutely dry. You simply cannot trust this party with your money, whether it's taxpayer dollars or fundraise funds, decades of throwing dollars at every single issue, while all the issues continue to get worse and worse and worse, while all these NGO-connected people are getting richer and richer, massive inflating net worths and beautiful homes in Georgetown, Washington. I mean, come on. Something stinks to the frickin' high heavens. No. Something is not right. Anyways, that's what I got for you guys on this one. Hopefully you enjoyed the video. If you did, make sure to leave a like and possibly subscribe. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Yeah, please subscribe to his channel. He's a very good. I like his reporting on certain things. I saw this here that came up. I want to see this real quick. An Obama judge denies Trump motion to unseal Epstein files. An Obama judge don't want the Epstein files released. We're gonna have to check this out. Let's see what Benny says about this.
What's up, guys? Benny. How deep does the rabbit hole go? Goodness gracious. A bunch of breaking news on Epstein right now. The man who never dies, as Donald Trump calls him, and that is true. Judge in Florida denies Justice Department request to release Epstein transcripts. This would be the grand jury testimony from firsthand witnesses to Epstein's crimes. This is an Obama judge that shut it down on its face. A federal judge in Florida denied the Justice Department's request to unseal grand jury transcripts from the investigation into Epstein. The department, under increasing pressure from President Donald Trump's political base, petitioned the court to seek the release of closely held records of the testimony of the witnesses who appeared in the grand jury. A 12-page opinion on Wednesday, U.S. District Judge Robin Rosenberg said that she could not legally do so under the guidelines governing grand jury secrecy by the U.S. Court of Appeals. The Justice Department continued to pursue separate pushes to release grand jury transcripts related to Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell in Manhattan, where both were charged with sex trafficking and other crimes. Maxwell was convicted in 2021. News on her in just a moment. Federal judges in New York overseeing the motion to release the transcript said that the department had not adequately addressed the limited factors under which the grand jury material can be publicly released in the appellate district. They requested further briefing from the government. The government effectively saying that this is now in the public interest is the main argument. We read the full order request from the DOJ earlier this week. DOJ is also going to be meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell, and Ghislaine Maxwell has been subpoenaed officially by the House of Representatives. All of this news breaking, bang, 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 bang.
I would not
Federal judge will not allow the Justice Department to unseal grand jury transcripts.
Why not?
It's going to be frustrating. And here's the judge, Robin Rosenberg, appointed by Obama, blocked the Epstein
Lord.
transcripts,
Protecting Obama.
saying they didn't meet the legal requirements. I mean, I don't really quite understand that. The court's hands are tied, she wrote. The government does not had not requested the grand jury findings to use in judicial proceedings, adding that the district courts are generally prohibited from unsealing grand jury testimony except in narrow circumstances. She ordered that a new case be created in the public interest that provided access to the government's request. And denial order, Epstein grand jury docket is still sealed.
Sounds like a waste of money now.
Closed the case
to
the
open
government
up
filed its request.
in order to release.
Started with the investigation on Epstein. So there you go. I mean, this is obviously very important because the grand jury testimony is the testimony of victims and people who were in Epstein's orbit. It'd be very instructive to see what they said. It'd be important to see what the witnesses said because the grand jury testimony is how they charged Epstein. It's how they put him in prison in the first place.
And Jenny also,
this is how they were able to get Jeffrey Epstein in handcuffs and in that jail cell. So what exactly was said about him? It must have been bad. They kept him in the worst detention facility in America.
Exactly.
Still killed him there, obviously. But now we have some Obama connection to this, appointed by Obama, denied the Department of Justice request to unseal the Jeffrey Epstein grand jury. The public deserves total transparency. The victims deserve real justice. The DOJ has to fight this and appeal it. Federal judge denies it. Separate request.
They try to entrap Trump.
You have to assume that the reason why these requests were made in these two separate states is because Epstein was operating in West Palm Beach and also in Manhattan. But it was he moved much of his operation to Manhattan later in life because he caught a case here in Florida. It was a complete garbage case. It was sweeter than diabetes type 2. He was able to skate on virtually no charges and even got immunity for Ghislaine Maxwell, which is what Ghislaine Maxwell is arguing right now. U.S. District Judge Robin Rosenberg rejects bid to unseal Epstein grand jury probes. There you go. Here's the judge. Also, breaking right now, Attorney General Pam Bondi told President Trump that his name appeared multiple times in the Epstein files and that the names of other high-profile people did as well. In the meeting, Bondi told Trump that they weren't going to release any of the files that mentioned high-profile people. In them contained what officials felt were unverified hearsay about many individuals.
They have the video. They have it on video.
Just release the unverified hearsay and say, here it is. It's in the public interest. Kind of agree with Sagar on this one. This is why not releasing the files is such an own goal by Trump. Bondi said it was just one of many mentioned. Doesn't even necessarily imply wrongdoing. If they had released the files, then it would have been one of the many stories instead of the only one.
They're always going to protect themselves.
So this is clearly something, it's obviously something that it does not come as a shock to me. There are hundreds of photos of Trump and Epstein back when Epstein's entire op was wormholing his way into polite and powerful society. This is not breaking news at all. The fact that lurid rumors have been made up about everybody inside of these networks. I mean, listen, the reality is that when you have this kind of profile and when you have this level of status, that people are going to make up rumors about you. And you need to be able to stand on business. You need to be able to stand on facts. And why not release everything?
Exactly.
You know,
the videos too.
Clearly, Epstein was way closer with Clinton than he was ever with Trump. Yep. He had paintings of Bill Clinton in his house, oil paintings of Bill Clinton.
Yep.
Epstein was a Democrat donor. He visited the White House a million times. Donald Trump cut Epstein off entirely and was the one who led to the arrest of Jeffrey Epstein, according to the prosecutors. And the assistance in locking Epstein away when the case that he did catch here in Florida. So why the hell wouldn't, again, I just don't understand why let the sins of other administrations hang around the neck of this administration. I mean, it wasn't the Trump administration that gave Jeffrey Epstein the sweetheart deal. It wasn't the Trump administration that let him off again and again and again in 2005, 6, and 7. Donald Trump was a TV star during those times. It's crazy. So let's find out. Jamie Comer wants to find out. Here we go. Jamie Comer says, let's go. He subpoenas Ghislaine Maxwell for a deposition to occur on August the 11th, 2025, Federal Correctional Institution of Tallahassee. Department of Justice is cooperating and will facilitate the deposition in the prison. So they're going to depose Ghislaine Maxwell about everything she knows. This is a good idea. Ghislaine Maxwell is sort of the key to everything. I guess you could lie. But she's already caught a case for 20 years. She's in her late 60s. She's 67. So that means essentially she's got a life sentence for the rest of her life in prison. So why not just tell the truth at this point? Is someone protecting her? I don't know. Will she make it to August 11th? Keep the cameras running, you know what I mean? Jeffrey Epstein's former lawyer, his name's Alan Dershowitz. He says Ghislaine Maxwell is the key to everything. She knows everything. So this is the time to get that information. Let's settle this thing. I'm kind of like, honestly, again, the longer it goes on, the more this can be weaponized against the administration and against Donald Trump and turned into the next Russiagate.
Yep.
So get the information out there as much as you can.
I guarantee this has a lot to do with Obama.
Clearly,
I
this is being weaponized and used as an attack vector. And I want to shut down. You know what I mean?
And this is a dossier.
The best way for that to happen is totally complete transparency.
The Russian hoax.
Ghislaine Maxwell on a witness stand. You know,
and the election hoax.
Do it.
I feel like
let the chips fall.
This has Obama's name all over it. It has his fingerprints all over.
Here's Dershowitz explaining. See ya.
Yeah, like you said, all of those names out there could be completely innocent of anything, but it's possible that they were mentioned somewhere along the line. So just to be clear, what they've asked for, the Trump administration, those grand jury transcripts, they're separate from other information that you say is sealed. Would that have to be a separate request from someone else in order to get that information you reference?
Yes, definitely. And the information that hasn't been requested is going to be far more informative and far more relevant than the grand jury information. Grand jury information is narrowly tailored by prosecutors only to provide sufficient evidence to result in an indictment. They don't want to put a lot of material in the grand jury because that would then introduce to the defendant. So what's much, much more important is discovery information, depositions, and other things that came out of the Ghislaine Maxwell case, that came out of other cases that were pending in front of federal judges. And for example, the case involving Prince Andrew, all of that should be revealed as well. And as long as there's nothing redacted about the accuser's lack of credibility, then the public has the right to make its own decision. Just because somebody's name is mentioned doesn't really mean very much.
Yeah, absolutely. That's always a good caution. You mentioned Ghislaine Maxwell. She's still got an appeal I'm tracking at the Supreme Court. But in the meantime, you suggest she should be potentially offered congressional immunity to go and testify. Do you think that would happen? And what kind of information would she have that we haven't seen?
She knows everything. She is the Rosetta Stone. She knows everything. She arranged every single trip
she could lie too.
with everybody. She knows everything. And if she were just given use immunity, she could be compelled to testify. I'm told that she actually would be willing to testify. And there'd be no reason for her to withhold any information. So I don't see any negative in giving her the kind of use immunity that would compel her to testify. So she ought to be summoned in front of a
and they're trying to make these pictures look
we'll continue to track her case. Professor, thank you for weighing in and giving us a little bit of an insider look at what you know. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Benny Johnson, for that one. That was let's bring it back to me because it's my mind over your matter, and I give my thoughts on this. I believe Obama has a lot to do with this. And that's why they exposed Obama just the other day with treason pretty much. YouTube was so sensitive with me when I spoke about the elections in 2020 and even a lot of stuff they took down of my channel. I mean, I could tell you it's it's a lot of videos, and when I say a lot, I think probably over 15 videos, about 10 to 15 videos they took down because it didn't fit their narrative. And during those times that Democrat was in office, you know, they started just censoring, and just videos were just coming. And I'm not the only creator, and I'm a low tier. I'm in the, like, I'm not even in the lake. I'm in the shore. I'm a like little guppy in YouTube. But I've been on YouTube. I've had my account for 17 years, and I've done my shows for, God, I don't know how many years now. I don't know how many. I like maybe 6 or 7 years. I don't know exact number because I don't go back and check. I should just go right now and check. Because I don't so gloat. I don't be like harping on my video and watching. I should do a day, one day a week where we'll do like a, let's say, reminisce. We could do a reminiscence, and we could go back to the past and bring up a video and watch it. you know and just let it play without me interrupting. Just let it play, and then I could talk after. I could just lay down and just listen to the whole show. I could communicate with you guys through my phone. Listen. I'm already premeditating. If I know I'm going to be bedridden for a while, if I do have the surgery, um, I'm not going to be. I don't want the show to go into a hiatus. I really don't. I'm going to be creative. Even if I have to do the show from my bed, I would do it. And it's not just like, it's not because of the people, because I don't have the audience here. It's just in the future, people are going to watch this. And this is kind of like a diary, pretty much, when I come on here. It's like when you had your composition book, and you it's kind of like your diary, and you write your little stories and so forth. And then you have the little lock, and then you have a little key. Knowing if your mom really want to go in that bitch, she'll just rip that lock like nothing. Like, for real. Like, but I do encourage that type of behavior. Have them a little diary, and write down their experience and their feelings and emotions, and you know just to document it. Like, it's like a beginning of a documentation of life. And they have something to go back and reminisce and be like, oh, look what I was thinking when I was little, and stuff like that. And then their memories will work better, because they're reflecting a lot on the past. Because that's how your mind develops more and more, is by the past. And we all get educated by the past. It's called fucking history. But you know, I have I'll have plans if it does come to that. Um, Definitely could do the show from my bed. Why the hell not? It would probably look so fucking cool. It would look so cool. I think it would look badass. I think it would look so badass. It would be like, I don't know. It's like, I would love to, if it comes to that, to document it. and document my recovery and stuff like that, and not only for me but for people in the future. The first time around, I wasn't really into like YouTube like that, like as a creator. No, hell no. I was too busy, initially with work, and I was working two fucking full-time jobs. Yeah, I was a very busy guy growing up. Like literally two full-time jobs, 40 hours. Like I used to go in my morning okay. I worked overnight. I did third shift and first shift. So third shift at the hospital, and then the first, like the daytime, my daytime full time, um I did 40 hours. Actually, bullshit. I did like 60 hours in that job. My minimum was 40, but in reality, I worked 60. I worked 60 hours, and I used to work 100 hours a week. I used to really hustle for the past, like, I would say, like, for 3 years straight. I worked the double shift like that until, like, I started getting tired, and then, like, I knew I wasn't, like, fully committed, like, to doing like that for so long, because it does burn you out. 100 hours a week, 100 plus, because there's times I had to fucking work even the weekends, and then, like, those are work, like, literally, like, I would pull in easy, like Monday through Friday. That was easy, between 50 to 55 hours, and then an additional, sometimes additional 20 hours, anywhere from 10 to 20 hours, and depending, it could be like even 15 hours, because sometimes it'll be like short day on Sunday. They need me to come in, like, because I was a plant operation manager for a commercial building in North Miami Beach, and I have very powerful people that I know, like attorneys, surgeons. My friends over there, they're very professional. Like, it was really cool, like, being around them, and the train of truth. The train of truth. I love when the train of truth comes. It's like you have to listen. Like, it's so cool. Um, yeah, I was very important to them, man. It makes me sad because, like, after I had, like, my surgery and everything, and I wasn't 100% then. I was really out of it, and, like, my boss called me. Like, well, it was the president of the association, and he was like checking up on me, and then he offered me my job back. Like, I never lost my job, he told me. He's like, you never lost your job. Your job is there whenever you want it, it's yours. I I I I, I had to turn it down. That's how bad, like, I am with my injury. I had a ceiling collapse on me and broke my neck and fucked up my spine. So I can't, like, work like 40 hours a day, like 40 hours a week, or nowhere 100 hours. I'll fucking die. Fuck you, motherfucker. Like, I'm sorry for cursing so much, but when I get hyped, I start cursing. But 115 hours a week. People don't even make that in 2 weeks. Nobody made that in 2 weeks. I made it in 1 week. 2 jobs, 2 full times. I had the night was at the hospital. I used to get paid good at the hospital. Don't get it twisted. Um, and it was full time. It was overnight. I talked about my experience there. Yeah, you have to go back and watch the show. I don't even know where it's at. I don't really like put all what I said on the description. It's like, if you're here to watch it live, thank you, very much for watching. I appreciate you guys. The two probably or one that's watching, thank you. I appreciate it. And for those who are watching on replay, thank you. I appreciate you guys so much. Um, I'm trying to raise this channel up. Like, I'm really going, like, I'm doing the grassroots. I'm not. I know YouTubers, big YouTubers, but I don't want them like to really like. I really want to like bust my ass for this to get this channel moving. Little by little, it's increasing. I think I don't know where I'm at right now. I'm so horrible. Oh no, where's my? Where here? I think this is okay. View your channel. There you go. I have a big screen here, so like I have a big screen, but in the future it's gonna be bigger because I'm gonna take advantage of that fucking Black Friday this year. Who's preparing now for Black Friday? I am so preparing to help the economy this year as long as like I could get this really big television so I can put it on the wall, and then I wanted to to be able to turn it, and like it's like they have the TV stands that no once they install it on the wall, and then you could pivot and like turn it however you want it. Like to I'm thinking about getting that for Black Friday for Christmas, like my Christmas gift for myself. For the show too. It's gonna be for the show because I'm gonna have it on the wall here, and then I'm gonna be looking at the camera, but I'm also looking at this freaking screen in the back, so I don't look like a weirdo, like looking. Because sometimes when I talk, I'll look this way, and it's because like I'm focusing on the story, and let's it always leads to the left side of me when I'm focusing on certain things, like because it's like it's like going through a memory bank, and it's a lot to process. Let's see where I'm at. Oh, I got 4 more subscribers. Oh, thank you. I'm at 464. I was a long time around 450, so I gained about 14 subscribers. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. I promise to do a good job as long as I'm healthy enough and I'm functioning. Remember, I had a major brain injury. Okay, I had a TBI. It's a traumatic brain injury, and it really fucked with my head too. Maybe even more psychic. You know what I mean? Because I'd be seeing things, hearing things. But I've been had that since I was little. I think it enhanced it even more. I think like the metal that's inside me is an antenna. Like I'm picking up the signals, and the spirits are really like always around me, and I could feel people's energy. I could feel like I can detail things. I don't. I just have to listen and feel the vibration, and I can already tell you everything. Yeah, I need to get back into that. It was good times while I was doing my psychic work and just doing tarot readings and getting questions answered. Those are fun days. Those are really fun days. I would love to get back to that. Lately, I've just had a small audience, so I just watch the news and then force you guys to watch it with me, and then come up with your opinion. It's your mind over your matter. That's the name. I named that channel so people could say it to themselves out loud. My mind over your matter. Because it is. It's everybody's mind against everybody's matter. You know? It's just what it is. It's very mental. Like even my shirt that I had, like in the beginning of the show, sometimes you'll see you'll see this. You'll see at the end of the show. Give me one sec. Let me take out Benny. There you go. You'll see this. And I designed this. And on here you see the yes and the no. It's kind of like a Ouija board. It's my Ouija board, right? And it's very like you got to think a little bit. My mind, because people are like my brain, your matter. I'm like, yeah, it's pretty close. I'm like, no, you could keep trying. Like, what else can you do with that mind? You know, this nice brain matter that we have. All of us have this powerful. That's why I made it with the little lines on the top. It look like it's spiking up, like the energy and the face of the individual is poofing his head, like the brain is popping out. That's strong. That it's a sign that I this is like the banner of the show. This is what I created. And it's 420 friendly. Like I even have a fucking like UFO on there. There's a UFO. And my two cats are there. Look at my two cats, Nala and Tasha. And they say love. Like my Nala, which is the last one, she really loves me. Mama, she's okay. She's down with me and everything. We're cool. But Nala is the baby of Tasha. And I tell you right now, the baby, she don't let mom get on the bed like that. She's dominant, so she really pushed her mother out of the bed, and she takes over, and she backs her butt up to me, and she puts her butt against, like if I'm laying sideways, it's like butt to butt. Like what's going on here? Every time I go like this, I go to the side and I go like this, she's right there. I can feel her. And she's giving me that good energy. Cats really give good energy. Like if you have a crazy cat, that I tell you right now, it's just because you're crazy. If your cat's chilled, you're good. You know what I mean? You're good. Like my cats are so chill. Like I put them up on the show, the beginning. Like if you go back and watch, you'll see the picture like for the show. I put my cats on there. They're been with me for the longest. If you go back, I used to make them work too. In the beginning when I got them, they're my little one was very psychic. She'll pick up the cards for you. Yep, that happened. A long time ago. But these cats used to work. I used to come out here pimp them out, work them, like, pick out a card. No, I'm not going to feed you. You're not going to get a card. No, never. I love my cats. Like, my cats are the world, especially the little one. I don't know what would happen if she passed away, I know it'll break my heart and I'll probably die. And that's okay, because then I could go with my cat. Because I love my cat. My cat's like the world. She's so good. She's so nice and so lovable. She's such a great kid. Like she's a great cat. Like I don't even clip her nails. Like I like her to have long nails. You know what I mean? Because they're animals. Like I treat them like I'm not gonna like clip them or do all this crazy shit. No, they're part of nature. They know how to take care of themselves. They clip their own nails. They shed them out. So they shed. Like the nails. Sometimes you'll see nail like parts. Like if you have a cat, you'll see parts of the like because they shed them. They shed their nails. So you don't really need to clip them. And plus, it's traumatic for me. I'm afraid that I'm gonna like cause them to bleed or something, and I don't like I don't want that. And I don't like that shaver shit. Like you have to grind their freaking nails. I don't like that either. Like it's just like I don't know. It's just I feel like it's more traumatizing to me than the cat. But like, it's just I don't like anything that's moving towards me like that. Like get that away. But I'm always afraid like to clip, and make them bleed or something. And I don't know. I'm just weird like that. But it's like I like them to have the nails because I like them to scratch the cat posts and the boxes that I have out there for them, and I like them to get into it and feel that like, like you don't see people going out there and clipping lions and lioness in the wild. Those bitches got nails for a reason. Cats do too, and they'll shed their hair. Like in the winter, you don't see that much hair around because they're holding that hair in to keep them warm. But in the summertime, like spring, summer, your house is like a fucking fairyland with freaking hair all over the place, and you constantly got to clean after them and really like de-shed them. You got the tool because I got the tool, so I know other people have it too. So we're gonna talk about cats now. It's gonna be a cat show. It's gonna be a cat show. Nah, but cats are my everything. And thank you for those 464 people. I appreciate it. I'm trying to get it to 500 at least by the end of the year. Try to get to the 500 mark, and then whatever. If the show takes off, it takes off. But I'd probably take off more if I'm on the bed. I'm gonna tell you, if I'm recovering from neck surgery or something, some type of thing, and I'm on the bed, I would. I can do something about that and make it like fucking cool as hell. I would make it so cool that it'd be like, oh wow, that's something. I'll be the only one on YouTube. That's for damn sure. That's probably set up that way. I would set it up super cool. But I'm hoping not to. But the way this is going, because like you see right now, it's not hurting. Like right now, it's like I can touch it, like, and it doesn't hurt. So what it is when you get that pain, that really bad pain, I didn't fall in it. I didn't like hurt it. I didn't bang nothing. It's just that pain just popped out of nowhere. That's a sign that's coming from the neck. Okay, remember the signals. You got signals and a lot of nerves flowing through that part of the neck, and it's just detecting. Something's not. Something's fucked up. So when it's fucked up, that's the pain that you get, and it just pops out of nowhere, and it's really bad pain, and that's how the physical therapist knows this. Like she's like, yeah, there's something going on with your fucking neck. Like we got to get this, like, figure something out quick. So today I just got the doctor's names and stuff, so I got to talk to the therapist and come to like any meeny miny mo type of thing. You're the surgeon that's gonna, and then go with that. I gotta. Yeah, because it's just a bitch, man. It's a bitch. My neck is a bitch, officially. But that's a painful road. That's a real painful road to go. Like to go through that again. Thinking about it, there was really dark times during that recovery. I could assure you that there were really, really dark times for me, and I'm alive for a reason, and I have to witness more. And a lot of things are happening really fast, and I feel like it's happening too fast. But I gotta witness something, and we all do too. To think about it, just reflect and reflect on your life and everything that you have done in your past to get you to this point in life. And then witnessing the things that are happening on a daily basis. Like, I haven't seen things go this fast since I was little. I mean, I remember Reagan. I grew up with Reagan. And then I also lived through the Clinton years. And that was a fucking roller coaster. That was a fucking roller coaster. That was, and then the Bush. Oh Lord. And then, you know, dealing with all the other ones, it's just like, and the son too, fucking Bush, the little Bush, the little Bush, and Obama, ugh. And then Biden. Oh my God. I mean, I should just get a badge just by surviving these administrations. Like, we should be given a reward. you survived the chaos. Here's your reward. Like, you know, a lot of things are happening fast, and things are gonna get wild, especially in August. I feel like, okay, what's coming to my mind right now is the hurricane season. I have a feeling it's gonna be really bad. August. It's gonna be a rough August. I just feel like this season is gonna be really, really, really wild. And I feel like there's a lot of people are gonna die. A lot of people are gonna die. They don't even know it. They don't even know it. I always so like, yeah, I don't have to repeat myself, but always be prepared for these. Like, if you live in a hurricane prone area, like I did when I was growing up, where I survived Hurricane Andrew back in 92, August 24, 92. That was a wild storm. That was a really, really wild hurricane. It was like a buzzsaw, and it was rough. It was tough. Like, the tornadoes were wild. You could feel the pressure drop. You could hear, like, it sounds like a train. Like, when they say it sounds like a train, that is very true. It sounds like a train, like it's like you can feel the vortex. You can hear the vortex. So scary. And, you know, you got to prepare for at least 2 to 3 weeks to survive without electricity, and possibly no water, depending. Like, I did, because I was really like into the weather. I was like really, really like, I could have been a meteorologist if I wanted to. I wanted to become a meteorologist, and I was really into like the Weather Channel and following the systems and the progression and the drop of the millibars and the wind speed and like all the stuff that's just coming together. Hurricane Andrew was fucking crazy. That was one of the craziest. I survived that, and I was proud to survive it. I even had a shirt that I survived Hurricane Andrew. That was wild. And my uncle lost his eye, but and he lost his house too. Like, he lived close to the Metro Zoo. The Metro Zoo lost their animals. Like there was monkeys and like all types of animals that were like gone, like because the zoo got destroyed and all the parrots flew away. A lot of like animal life just escaped, and you would see monkeys like all over the place. My uncle used to see them all the time, like the monkeys, and then they would catch them, but they were free for a good amount of time. A lot of people died. But if you're a part of those hurricane, like we'll follow it this season. We'll check it out this season. We'll start monitoring. I always monitor it like every year. Like if you see my shows, some of the shows that I do talk about the weather and I show you guys the radars, that's not gonna change. This year I'll be talking more about it and show you guys like maps like this. Let me see if I could. Let me see one sec. Let me just set it up. Okay. Let me see if I could get it set up so you guys could see it together. Okay. All right, let's see the map. So that's what we're dealing with this hurricane season that we're in. That towards the end of July, going into August, I believe August is going to be crazy. A lot of these systems are training out here. The El Nino stuff right now is at a neutral. So when that's at a neutral or El Nino, the Atlantic explodes. Okay, this year it's at a neutral. Okay, and when that's at a neutral, you don't have crosswinds so much pushing like you see right here. You won't have that later on. This is gonna die down. Okay, and then that wins, the crosswinds, the trade winds won't be disruptions to the systems developing, and it turns into a system and possibly a storm and possibly into a hurricane. Now, what I am looking at here, and these other areas that would be my concern right now, is this little blob right here, that's south of Puerto Rico. This little blob here, I got to keep an eye on that. It's not going towards Puerto Rico, so that's pretty good right now. But this is going to end up somewhere else up here. And if it turns into the Gulf, this could be something really dangerous. Also up here by the states, by Louisiana, Florida, you probably get something that will try to develop somewhere in the Gulf here. Maybe it'll become maybe a depression or some kind of minimum, because this is like in a vortex right here. So things are just looping around here. And it's going to be looping around here for a while. So things are just developing and just coming in through Florida and then tries to get together here in the Gulf, because this waters are pretty hot. This like really bath water. It's like plus 90 degrees water. So that's just like really hot. It's a bathtub. That's what I say. It's like, but this little system right here that's passing the islands, like, you got to keep an eye on that. Some of these down here, you definitely got to keep an eye on, especially this right here. This one right here, you got to really watch this one. This one back here, it doesn't look that like has like the reds and the yellows, but this is a really big system right here. And once it does get that energy, it could blow up. This one that's coming off of Africa too, it looks pretty strong. They usually die down because it's like a lot of dry air right now that's like infiltrating the systems, because it's still early in the season, right? But these waters are really warm, and it don't take much for a system to like get its act together and become a system and become a storm and then become a hurricane and then possibly a strong major hurricane. They are predicting about like 5 or 6 of them to happen this year. So it's a crazy time up here, like around Oklahoma, South Dakota, Nebraska area, um, especially like Minnesota and Wisconsin. You guys are gonna have a fucking rough night tonight. I'll let you know right now. Be careful. Like, stay in your damn in your safe zone. If you can sleep in your bunker slash, you sleep there tonight, because the storm is gonna produce some tornadoes tonight, and innocent people are gonna die. Like, it happens. But as you can see, there's a lot of moisture that's like developing throughout the Caribbean, and like this is just priming the atmosphere. That's what I call it. It's priming the atmosphere for something big to happen and something to get its act together and just be so disruptive. It's just in the beginning. It's just at the end of September. We're right now. We're what, July 23rd, and we're not even near September. So September is like the middle of the season. We're still in the beginning, and what I'm looking at right now, I'm like, you could fool me. This could be towards August, like end of August already, and storms are starting to like look more impressive. So I'll keep an eye on it, and I'll stay on top of it this year. And of course, I'm gonna watch out for Puerto Rico and for the Dominican Republic and Florida and the Carolinas and Texas and everyone here along the coast. I mean, the storms go down here. We'll monitor them, but it's more like an American threat, and of course Puerto Rico. That's where my roots are. Those were my roots started from, right in that little island right there. It's very beautiful. Let me tell you, I've been there many times, and I love it. I love it. I need to go back. I really do. I want to go back and just enjoy like a good week vacation in Puerto Rico. But it has to be after hurricane season. It has to be like, I would not go. And if I do go to Puerto Rico, it has to be pre-planned and have to make sure that there's no storm that's going to develop and come over to Puerto Rico a week in advance. Okay. Like, the storm will have to be like literally in the middle of Africa. The storm will have to be in the middle of Africa for me to like, let me see if I could go back here and show you guys. And I use tropical tidbits. So right now, let me see, Atlantic. So we got the Atlantic here, Gulf of Mexico. See the Northwest Atlantic, and then we got the Western Atlantic, Central Atlantic, and then the Eastern Atlantic. Eastern Atlantic, this is what I was going to look at right here. The storms that I look at right now is right off of Africa. Is in Africa. You see, like, if I was going to plan to go to Puerto Rico or something like that, I'd be looking at the weather right here. And this right here, it already looks impressive coming off of Africa. This one that's right here off the coast, that looks super impressive. But this one back here, that looks like a beast. This looks like a low pressure right here. That's just rotating up here. And that's interesting, because you see all this is pushing downwards. It says pushing downwards. And then you have these systems coming right off of Africa. There's the Cape Verdes Islands here. See this rotation right here with the system? This is one to watch. This one right here, this little cluster right here, you could watch it because this is a tropical wave, definitely. And if they stack up, they can become a system. But this one back here has the rotation here. So this is like one to watch. This one coming off of Africa, and then this one back here. So that's your weather for tonight. I'll keep tabs on it throughout the season. It's going to be an interesting season for me talking about storms, because that was a passion of mine growing up. It was a great passion of mine, the weather, and talking about systems and hurricanes and feeling them out and feeling if the pressure is going to drop or not, and based on how I feel. I knew Hurricane Andrew was going to be a really bad storm, and I told my parents way in advance, and they did their best to be prepared for it, but they weren't prepared for it. You never really prepare for it, and it was rough. That's all I got to say. It was rough. It was hot because Florida was really, 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 really hot. When Andrew hit, it was like right in the middle of the fucking summer. It was August 24th. The temperatures were in the upper 90s every fucking day. It was crazy hot. And you have this tropical system comes and dumps all and destroys everything. And then you have to live without power, no AC, no nothing, for months and months and months, like to the point that you have to move and go to another apartment and where there's AC and power. Oh man, many cold showers, like not even cold showers, those bath. Like I remember I filled up the bathtub with water. I put a little bit of bleach in it and filled up the tub all the way to the top. And my parents was like, why you doing that for? I go, we're gonna need it. My stepdad's like, for what? I go, when you go to the bathroom, right? Oh, my parents are like, yeah, because there's gonna be no water because the power is gonna be out. So the pumps are not gonna be pumping water. So we lost everything. We had no water, we had no light, no power, no nothing. And when we used the bathroom, we took a bucket of water, and then we used the restroom like number 2. Then we flush it down. But if it was number 1, we didn't flush it because we had to reserve the water. So it's like piss until someone takes a shit and then flush it down with the water. It was that desperate. It was desperate times, desperate measures, and I was really smart. I was young. I was 12 years old. Trust me, I was a fucking nerd. I was really like adventurous. But it was interesting times. Hey, Rena. I looked at it on the phone right now. I'm just babbling here, talking about the weather in my life. But this year is going to be a wild year for systems. It's going to be a cold year for like upstate New York. I was telling the folks that I was over in Rochester over the weekend, actually like 4 days. I was letting them know that it's going to be cold this year. It's going to be early. We're going to get the cold early. And they were like, oh, for real? I was like, whatever you wish for, you're gonna get. If you want snow, you're gonna get it. You're gonna get it because it's not gonna be warm. It's gonna be it's gonna be heavy snow, and I think the cold weather is gonna come early. Like the summer nights were really cold there. I wasn't used to that. I was like, whoa, this is wild. But I think that's a pattern that's just gonna start getting cooler and cooler and cooler, and it's gonna. I think we're gonna have a early winter this year, which is it's okay. I mean, I hope it snows more here because we've been gypped out for a few years now with snow. We didn't get that much snow, but upstate New York got a lot of fucking snow. It's like especially Buffalo, fucking Buffalo, man. Buffalo gets because they get these freaking they get snow off the lake, right? They get lake effect snow. And when that develops, that could stay over that area for 3 days straight. And you'd be buried with 3 feet of snow. It has happened. Don't get it twisted. It just happened a few years ago. and this year's no different. I love the snow too, Rena. I love the snow. It's a good feeling, you know. It's just it changes everything. It makes everything looks clean, you know. It's like the prostitutes they're more bundled up. They have more clothes on, so they look more respectable. And I don't know. I've never spent a winter in Rochester, but I wonder if the doblaos are out there in the snow in the winter. I really wonder because then that I will probably have to record because that would be so weird. Because like only Rena could talk about that because she lives there. But I wonder if there's doblaos in the winter in the snow when there's snow, you know. And I know the like the working ladies, they have to warm up. They're just warmer, I'm sure. Um, it's just a different. I know it looks different. It looks cleaner in the winter, like everywhere else. Like here in Connecticut too. Like when it snows, it looks so beautiful. It's like the churches. They look like this year. I'll take some pictures of it so I can show you guys. It looks so magical, and like I'll take pictures of City Hall like after a snowstorm so you can see like what it looks like after it snows. And it's I've had videos. I put up videos before of winter here, and I went to the park and showed you guys like it was really windy that day. It's in my catalog. I have over 700 videos. Go knock yourself out watching. It'll take you like how many years I've been on YouTube. Hold on. That's what I was looking for. I was like, wait a minute. I know I was looking for something. How many lives? I've done so many lives. Let me see how far down can I go? Because this is gonna take forever. It's gonna take forever to go down 700 videos. Oh no! I wish it would be like smoother going down. I wonder how many years. I'm gonna have to like scroll down. It's gonna. I'm down to 1 year now. Let me see how many years I've been doing this. I lost count. To be honest with you, I really did. I've never looked back. I've done a lot of shows. Holy shit. Rena, you're gonna have so much fun watching when I die. When I die, you have a lot of shows to watch about me and how I was talking and how I did my things. I've done so many years. I even have Niagara Falls here, like from previous Niagara Falls. Sorry, I'm just scrolling and looking at. Actually, I can share this with you guys, and you can watch what I'm doing. That'll even be more entertaining. Like, oh no, like yeah. Okay, can I make this bigger so you guys can see? Yes. Let me see if I can make it like. Okay, I think that's big enough. Let me see. Yeah, that should be big enough. Okay, keep it scrolling. Oh, look, when I saw Megan, the Megan review. Oh, no. I haven't done movie reviews in a while. I saw a couple of movies, but I didn't really do a review on it. Um, I saw the last movie I saw was the Jurassic Park. It was pretty good. It was good. I mean, I say you seen one, you seen them all, but you know they don't come up with so much. They just change it up a little bit, but they follow the same format. You know, it's the same format, and but it was entertaining. But I just feel like it was just like oh look when I spoke about like my surgery, there was a surgery update and a hurricane Delta when I talked about that storm. See, I talk about storms too. Oh Lord, look at the holy baby Jesus. It's Sunday service. I saw this. This was so disgusting. This poop print. It's like it was kissing the like where he was kissing was like really weird. Like Laura, like category 4 or 5. Oh, I talked about that one. That was 4 years ago. Holy shit. We still got more scrolling to do. We got more scrolling to do. I'm at 5 years now. Oh Lord, we gotta keep going. Like, this is with me with hair. This is when I had hair. Remember those days, Albie? I know Albie's here. Albie's always here. He was a good. He's the loyal one. He's the one that's always watching the show. He's always there. He's the most dependable one. That's why I gave him a shirt with his name on it. Look at my background. Like when I you see the development of like how my show just like kept like progressing, and look at my desk now from how it used to be. Like 7 years. I'm at 7 years. Oh my goodness, I gotta keep going. Oh my god, 12-hour shows. Look at that, 11 hours, 12 hours. Oh my goodness, you have days of, look at that, a whole 12 hours. I was crazy back in those days. Like talking to a lot of people. Look at all the people. That was 7 years ago. Let's see, we should be almost done here. Yeah, it's been 7 years. Oh my goodness, look at me. So many. Yeah, 7 years. 7 years. And a lot of them were like, there's a lot of video missing. Like, a lot of like video missing. But it's a lot of videos that I've done in the beginning. Like, I have over 100 views, and right now my views are little because I don't have attention right now. But a lot of people used to come in and participate and watch, and it was really entertaining. It was really cool. All right, so we'll say 7 going on 8 years, because I know this year is going to turn to 8 years. So almost 8 years of videos. Oh goodness, I'm gonna kill my mouse. I gotta go faster. I'm sorry, it's just a lot. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna pick one day. I'm gonna pick a show to watch. Like, I'm gonna pick like the tarot cards when I was doing the psychic readings. I love psychic readings. I do it all the time. Like, I used to do them all the time. Like, it's funny because I took my cards with me and my wand to Rochester, but I didn't even get to use them. I was just using my mind and just speaking out on certain things that I heard, and I'm like, nope. Like, I'm instant psychic when it comes to that. All right. Oh no, the process will become as oh Lord. Yeah, I mean, the prostitutes, like, they have to, like, but it's wild. Like, you see that, like, and it's just weird how it's like more of these like democratic cities, like even Connecticut is like that. It's kind of like rough like that. Connecticut is just rough, but it's not so like, it's still crazy. Like, Hartford's crazy as fuck, and New Haven too. New Haven could be really weird and wild, and certain parts like Bridgeport, Connecticut is freaking wild. So there's everywhere just has this, like, their ups and downs, and some, you could be in a good neighborhood and all of a sudden you could tell when it crosses the line. There's a line, there's the good, and then there's the bad. And then we go to the bad, it's like, what the fuck is going on? And all the blouse, and they're like doing the little tweaking, and you thinking, oh, maybe he dropped something. No, that's because he's tweaking down that way. Like the guy, I remember the one by the mailbox, and it's like, oh, maybe he I felt like, oh, maybe he dropped something. I don't think so. Like that, no blow, he's drugged up. He's drugged up. He ain't getting back up. Whatever he's looking for, he's gonna keep looking for it for a long while. He ain't getting back up. Once you doblao, you don't get back up for a while. That's for sure. Oh man, that's funny. It's sad, but it's really like it's funny and sad at the same time because the state don't do nothing, man, to help. I wish that like Rochester had better as far as leadership. I wish they had better leadership. But let's check out this from Jason Nay. He just put up something here, so I want us to watch it together. And then we'll speak after.
The talk of East Tennessee this morning, that loud boom that I just talked over, heard across the area yesterday. Maryville police saying no injuries reported, thankfully, but we're all still trying to figure out where the boom came from. Now this morning, like you all, we still have no answer.
Following a developing mystery across metro Atlanta, a fireball seen streaking across the skies this afternoon. We've heard from a
I remember that.
who saw it just before 12:30 this afternoon. Many sent us pictures and videos.
I saw it and heard it too. A couple of loud booms in the sky. Fox 5 Eric Perry is in studio now with the very latest. Eric, the question remains, what was it?
All right, many people on the ground say they felt it shaking. Officials did confirm there was no earthquake that took place. I think a lot of people thought that might have been the case, but they're ruling that out.
A huge ball of fire just literally fell out of the sky.
Others reportedly thought the ground was shaking.
Who just felt this earthquake?
Are hearing from NASA this afternoon on a follow-up about that mysterious big boom heard by so many of you across East Tennessee 2 days ago. That moment captured on a viewer's Ring camera. Take a listen. We're going to play it for you twice. What was that? Well, NASA tells 6 on your side, quote, our data sources show no indication of a fireball or meteor in the area at the time of the incident, end quote. We told you that reports of that loud boom were sent to the Blount County Sheriff's Office. Some Facebook users said their homes shook after the sound. Still, though, no confirmation on the source of that boom.
So the mystery continues.
We'll keep checking. We're calling everyone and everywhere. Still nothing.
It has got a lot of people's attention today. A boom heard across parts of East Tennessee. We're just learning tonight it is not related to electricity.
People across southern Pueblo County heard it, describing it as a boom that came out of nowhere. I'm Michelle Reyes, and while the explanation is still unclear, locals have a lot to say about what they felt, heard, and what they think it was.
Yeah, I think it was a sonic boom. It didn't seem like the planes, but it could have been. We thought maybe Fort Carson. We thought maybe the fault line along the Trinidad there.
We thought it was just straight up above us, but we kind of heard it from afar. We weren't really sure what it was.
A sound loud enough, it was heard all around southern Pueblo County around 10 Friday morning, disrupting people's daily routines.
Our neighbor was here and we were discussing a birthday party, and
you had to turn the lights.
Boom, and it felt the floor move.
My mom used to have one of those.
This whole thing was shaking like crazy.
We had a
with
China. Others like Bruce heard it in Lake Isabel at the campground while he was paying an entrance fee.
I was there with the person working at the booth. We heard this large boom, and the whole booth shook. And we didn't know what it was. If it was an earthquake, or we looked for the mushroom cloud. There was no mushroom cloud. We didn't know what it was. But
ACE employees like Jordan were
Mushroom
also
cloud.
taken aback, seeing the store
What do you mean
doors
mushroom
and
cloud?
windows shake.
Everybody just kind of like stopped and like looked up, kind of looked around. We had people show up into the store and asked, did you hear it? Did you know what it is? And we didn't have answers either. So
We reached out to Colorado Department of Public Safety, Colorado State Patrol, and Space Base Delta One to ask if they knew what the loud noise residents were hearing was. All denied conducting any type of exercise in the area that would have generated the loud noise.
For now, the source of that boom is unclear, leaving many residents here in Pueblo County listening and wondering.
This is what we know right now. This afternoon, Blount County Sheriff's Office received reports of people hearing a loud boom in the area. Around the same time, the city of Alcoa reported around 2,000 people that were without power. However, a spokesperson for the city of Alcoa now telling 6 News the outage was caused by a falling tree. Power has been restored in affected areas.
A fallen
Blunt County
tree?
Sheriff's Office says
No, I don't think
is
so.
checking to see if any transformers blew. Meanwhile,
A
spokesperson
fallen
for the city of
tree.
Alcoa is telling us the source of the boom remains a mystery this
Stupid.
afternoon. Now, we reached out to the 134th Air Refueling Wing, who work in the area, and they say nothing that they were doing could have produced that sonic boom or whatever it was. So again, we'll continue to
He's just so
investigate for you.
stupid.
But a lot of people were calling and asking about that today.
We have gotten several calls, several emails about this. A lot of people heard it and felt it. Now, the good news is no injuries are reported from this. Police, though, are still trying to figure out where it came from.
Still a bit of a mystery. So we sent our Jared Austin to Blount County to try to get some answers. He's joining us live. Jared, you talked with city officials, police, people who heard the boom. What have you found out so far?
Yeah, the biggest thing right now, just to reiterate something that you guys had just said, is that this is not electric related, according to the city of Alcoa. They had an outage earlier, but it was not related.
It's not
to this
tree
specific
related
boom.
either.
Also had a conversation with the Maryville Police Department. They did report no injuries, nothing like that. They're still trying to get some answers on this, trying to figure out what everybody is talking about on social media and these Maryville groups and all across Blount County. What was that loud boom?
They have
we
Ring
took some of those
cameras.
things
I'm pretty
to
sure
some of
they
you
can
out
pick it
here. I
up.
actually chatted with a couple of folks off camera. They heard it, didn't want to go on camera, but they said it was something that happened super quick. They didn't know exactly what it was, but now all their friends are talking about it. So like us, they're trying to figure out exactly what this loud boom was.
There's a lot of
Did
cameras.
catch up with the guy on
They have
camera who's from
microphones.
Wallen, came to work out here in Eagleton Village. He says it caught him by surprise.
Yeah, I was getting ready for work, and I was by myself at home, and I heard a big boom. I thought it was my dog or something, but I looked, my dog was laying on the bed, and I was by myself. I thought it was weird. I didn't expect anything about it until you said something about it.
Wow.
It's still a big mystery at this point, trying to figure out what happened in Blount County. We will continue to try to get answers from the city of Alcoa, Maryville Police Department, and the Blount County Sheriff's Office. Did have a conversation with the Sheriff's Office about an hour ago.
Whoa.
They do not have anybody out patrolling right now, so just trying to get as many answers as we can for you guys, just to provide some clarity for what happened here in East Tennessee with this boom, guys.
Just kind of read between the lines then, Jared. It sounds like there's not a reason to be concerned over the next several hours as long as officers aren't concerned.
Yeah, it's one of those things that they've kind of pulled things back a little bit so they don't seem as concerned. Folks around here more intrigued than concerned at this point. They're just trying to figure out what it was.
Jared, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we also checked to see if it could have been an earthquake. Ruled
Yeah.
that out as well. Didn't see any activity that would suggest that it was an earthquake either.
It was the tree that fell.
Live in Greenville. With what we know so far, Caitlin,
Talk about the
describe
tree.
to us what this phenomenon looked like.
Nigel Rashad, if you blinked, you might have just missed it. Imagine a bright streak of light coming down from the sky, seconds later disappearing into thin air, all of that in broad daylight. Eyewitnesses said that they described it as softball sized, and they said that it was a striking, unusual sight for them. The National Weather Service, they tracked
make a
this through
booming
their
sound?
satellite imagery, and they said that this showed a streak within a cloud-free
It's
sky
just a streak,
that was
but did it
closer
do
to
a
the North
boom?
Carolina and Virginia border.
Take a look at this. Morrison says he cannot confirm if it was a meteor at this time, but says
Damn,
debris fell
your
from
your
above
roof is
through the
fucked up.
ceiling and hitting the floor inside.
Yo, that
This
meteor right
time,
there
we're not
is
hearing of
worth a
any
lot of
injury,
money.
So that's the good news there. The Anderson County Fire Department in
Oh,
South
that
Carolina,
meteor right
neighbors
now is
there
worth a lot of
confirming
money.
to our sister station that they also had multiple reports
Ooh,
there.
and
People
there's
seeing
video
it there,
documentation too.
and they're investigating on the ground to see if there's any
Wow.
debris or possible crash.
They're
We're told
lucky.
that they have several departments searching.
It's kinda like
Back
hitting
here
the
in
lottery.
Metro Atlanta, of course, many of
With
us
all
saw
the
it
video
in the sky or
documentation and then
felt
the
it on ground.
recovery
and
of it.
others only catching a quick glimpse of something
Yeah.
cosmic flying overhead.
Did y'all see it?
All right, many people on the ground say they
Y'all
felt
see it?
shaking. Officials have confirmed there was no earthquake that took place. Of course, this is a big talker online, and many people just talking with each other. I did reach out to the governor's office to see if Governor Kemp had been updated. We're waiting to hear back. But of course, Courtney, Tom, big answer is, are there any other damages? And really, what is it or what was
Yeah,
it?
I mean, I'm outside at like 12 having
Yeah.
a coffee, and I heard the boom. Checked the Storm Team app to see if there were thunderstorms out there, and there weren't any. So it was a mystery for a while.
Jason A. Good upload. What could it be, right? What's the mystery booms that are going on right now? It's just really unique times that we're living in, and everything's like slow motion. Everything's like, I feel like, you know, they're here, they're watching, they're listening. I feel like we have others that are watching, but they're watching like from the shadows, and they're making things like weird. Um, yeah, we're just living in really strange, unique times, and it's crazy times, to be honest with you. And it's only gonna get wilder. We just enjoy the show. It's like, I feel like ever since I got my third eye mask, everything's just been wide open. Everything just been, a lot of information at a lot, like real fast too. And I kind of like it because I kind of like fill myself up. But like when I'm like off camera, I'm listening sometimes to two devices at once to pick up information. Like I'm constantly doing that, and that's like a unique thing that I do. Like even when I go to sleep, I'll have something about space and about like the universe and all that science. I usually have that on one phone, and when on a Bluetooth microphone, on a speaker, and then my other phone, I'll put like certain movies to listen to, and yeah, it puts me to sleep, and also stuff about Earth. Like I'll have like the universe on one, and then I'll have about Earth, and like things about Earth, and like very educational. Two devices at once. Yeah, I do that. I yeah. It's weird, but when I sleep, that's how and I fall asleep listening to both, and I feel like I just fill myself up with a lot of information. It's a habit. It's because I got used to it in the hospital too. When I was like in the hospital for that year, a whole year in the hospital. But I remember I used to have the TV on, and then I would have my phone on at the same time too. And my phone, I used to always have it with the wire, so it was always on. And I always used to watch stuff on my phone and on the television, so I got used to that two device stuff. So instead of sleeping with the TV on, because this TV is too big to be leaving on 24 hours, it's just not going to happen. Um, I use my secondary phone, and I listen to like the universe and space and science and all that good stuff. And then the other one, I would usually like watch movies, well, not watch, but listen to movies, and or listen to about the Earth. It's just very unique. I'm just unique that way. I'm sorry. It's just I have to sleep with something, like listening to something. Even when I was in the trip, like when I went to Rochester, and and when I fell asleep at night, I would turn on like from my phone, because my phone has like Wi-Fi, so like not Wi-Fi, but it has like the internet. So I use off the internet off the phone, and I listen to it all night. So, but when I'm at home, I put it the Wi-Fi so it doesn't eat up, because I have unlimited anyways. But they will throttle you down after a certain point. It's just I don't know. But I use it this weekend and listen to like stuff about space and the universe, and it usually just like puts me to sleep. I just love listening to that. Rena's gonna be like, "I'm gonna check on you when you're sleeping," and then I'm gonna listen to it because I always it's a thing that I have to have something on, listening to something educational when I'm sleeping. It has to be educational programming. It has to be about the universe, about science, about like history, about Earth, like about the animals, all that stuff. Like it makes me very relaxed, and I sleep pretty good listening to it. Okay, so we're gonna go. Let's see. Let's go to the White House. And then once we finish watching that, we're gonna jump over to another Benny Johnson that I want to watch. So let me set this up real quick. Okay, I think I got it. And then let me close this out. And I'm putting more videos on the shorts. So for those who are listening to me and for those who are rewatching, check out the shorts. The shorts are doing pretty good. I'm getting good numbers on the views, and we need to pump up those numbers more. So keep watching. They're beautiful videos. I put I put like my videos, my shorts are really nice and relaxing. You know, you're not gonna have like drop it like it's hot, like booty shaking music or anything like that. No, it's like really relaxing. Um, just spend some time and watch some of the shorts. Sometimes people fall asleep like listening to my shorts. I notice because I got a notice telling me that it's there's people that are watching it like continuously, like they fall asleep like listening to it, which is like freaking great. I encourage them to continue doing that because like the waterfalls that I have a lot of waterfalls. Like, let me show you guys. Since I'm talking about it, let me show you guys. Let me see if I can make this big. I put it shorter, but I can make it bigger. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Okay, I think that should be good enough. Okay, I have Kent Falls, which is I love Kent Falls. Oh, such a great waterfall. Such a beautiful waterfall. I want to go back. I'll probably go back. Maybe let me see how the weather's gonna be because it's good to go after it rains. It's just it is because there's more water, so like the falls is more stronger. Even when it's light, like not that much rain, it's okay. But it's so much beautiful, like when it's like after it rains. Ooh, it's supposed to rain Friday, but it's gonna be Friday night. Damn, it's gonna be 93. I can still go. I'll probably go Friday or something. We'll figure it out. And maybe we'll go back to this falls right here. Let me see if I can make it bigger. Hold on. Since I'm in the house, here we go. Thank you. No, I want to make it bigger. I think it's like this. Okay. And that's Kent Falls. That's here in Kent, Connecticut. This isn't very beautiful. And you can see what I wrote on the bottom. Kent Falls, I love waterfalls. Keep chasing. Because, you know, TLC was telling people not to chase waterfalls. And I'm like, I'm not going to stick to the rivers and the lakes that I'm used to. Like, no, I'm not going to follow your song. I'm like, I love waterfalls and I'm going to chase them. And I love them. They're beautiful. The sound, like the nature, like people have this on a replay and they fall asleep listening to it, which I encourage them. The sound of the water is very relaxing. Like I let nature, some of the videos I put songs on them, but the ones that are like you can hear the water, like I will put videos that you can just hear the water. And I'm gonna put a lot more, especially Niagara Falls, because I'm gonna put up some videos just with the sound of the water. That's so beautiful. Let me see what else I have here. Like, this is a Kent Falls. There's a trail on the side that you could go up along, and this falls is really big. This falls it's like like cascading, and it cascades all the way down. Like it goes down. You see, it keeps going down. This is like different levels of the falls. You have to go and watch and give it a like. Watch all my shorts. Watch all my shorts and give it a like. Look at this. Oh. Imagine listening to this and falling asleep. And it'll just keep playing because it's on a repeat. So you'll be constantly listening to this as you're sleeping. That's very relaxing. See? Now, okay. If you want more subtle sound, like from the river, from the waterfall, you can listen to it. This is like more, it's not, you don't have that strong rushing sound. This is more like mellow, but you can hear the falls still, but it's not as heavy and strong. Oh, this stream is so relaxing. This is the Devils. This is Catman Falls. This is the Devil Falls. This is here in Connecticut too. This is from the top of it. This is the top side of it. This falls is beautiful. When you make your way down and you go from the bottom upward, this is a side view of it. So when you see it from down here, looking up this way, like we're gonna see right now, in a moment, I'll bring it up. I know I have it here. This is from the top side. So this is the beginning of the falls. This is the top side. This is from the side. You see how I look? Catman Falls. Wait, you can go watch in your own time. Look how beautiful this is. You know, I'm gonna shade waterfalls. I love waterfalls. I love how it makes me feel. I love the sound. Like, I put a video up of the falls that I went to in Washington, and you have the gentleman with his child and the water himself and the child too. I think that's the most powerful video I ever recorded or ever put on YouTube. I'm just gonna do a snippet of that video. Just I keep that video and that moment with the guy putting water himself, and I can show you guys. Hold on, let's back out of this. Okay, I made it big, so it looks weird. So where is it? It's this one right here. See, and I'll turn off the music because I will get copyright on my own damn channel. But this is a short. So give me 1 second. Let's go ahead and I'm gonna put up a video without the music so you guys can hear it. But look how beautiful that is, and that's Rainbow Falls. And the music is good too. It's Enigma. So it's Return to Innocence. It's a really good song. I really like. It's a real powerful song. I really like Enigma. But you're gonna see half of the video is this, and then the other half this one right here. You see the guy putting the water on on himself and on his child. I just caught that moment. Like it is a 30 seconds, right? And I just wanted to. I wasn't really focused on the people back there because I was more paying attention to the waterfall and the sun hitting the waterfall and how the rock on the top here, how it's like the reflection of the water is kind of makes this like kind of like white, like the rocks look white. It kind of looks like diamonds. That's what it kind of looked like here with the sun hitting and the reflection coming up. And this is the part of the reflection. Like it was such a cool moment. But then in the background, like when I was recording, I didn't know if I captured that scene or not. And I did. and it made the video more powerful to me because I like catching like pictures and videos. Like I like to get the moment, and I'm very big like with the moment. Let me pause this real quick. Let me make it big, and let me come over here. Let me just pause it because I'm gonna play that moment. It's 30 seconds that I took, and yeah, let's go ahead and play it. See, he's splashing the water, and then he put it on himself and on the kid, and I captured that moment. But the sound I put with the music, I'm gonna probably do it tonight. I'm gonna put it like raw. I'm gonna put it in raw, and it's gonna be the sound of the water. I want people to listen like to the waterfall, and then listen to like behind Rainbow Falls. That scene you're seeing right now. I took that video back here. This is the water that's falling down here. So all this here is like water coming down from this falls that's coming from way on the top here and coming downwards and lands right here. And then the video I took back here, you see? So you see how he put water on himself and he put water on his child. He's just splashing water on himself. It was an Indian guy too. And very beautiful daughter. I'll tell you right now, she was very beautiful. And there was a lot of Indians here in this area. Like those other areas that they were at. I didn't take videos of them because that's when people are, you don't want to record people. That's not my purpose of putting videos up, is to capture the nature, and whatever cross, if they're in the view, then they're part of the video. And that moment with the guy splashing the water on his child and on himself was so powerful and so magical. I love the music is nice, but I'm gonna do a video tonight with these two together like this, but just the sound of the water and just natural raw. I think it'll be nice. It'll be nice. It was a good, like, I have a lot of good little videos, like especially my shorts up my shorts. The canary one, this is my first cardinal. I mean, my first cardinal from Niagara Falls, right? I've never seen a cardinal. Oh, I've never recorded or taken any pictures of a cardinal before in my life. And I was able to get a good 50, I think it was like 56 seconds, which is this one right here. Give me 1 second. This one was pretty because I felt like he was like communicating with me, right? Because nature, that's how they communicate, is through their chirps and through their sound. I was zooming in. Look how beautiful. So beautiful. I don't think no one has a video like this on YouTube of a cardinal chirping for this amount of time. I don't know. I never came across any video like this before. See, and it took off. Nature sounds, you can fall asleep listening to the chirps. I'm trying to get people to watch more. Watch more of my shorts and subscribe, get more people to subscribe. Let's try to grow this channel. Let's try to get to 500 by the end of the year. That's my goal. 500. I'm almost there. I'm only 40 away. I'm almost there. But the goal is 500. Now, if I reach 1,000 by the end of the year, I'll be so excited, but that's a different story. Nice bird. Yay, 7. Yeah, nature. Like, capturing the moment. That's what it is. I'm so blessed to be able to capture this moment. And I don't mind listening to it. Like, I could play it and listen to it. You hear the sound of the falls, and then you hear the bird, you hear the cardinal. And I got it zoomed in. I feel like this is a special moment that I captured at Niagara Falls. I love it. Let's see what else I got. Oh yeah, but this. See, I have music. A lot of them have the music on it. So, like, this one's a cool video. I like this one. If you listen to I'll have to cut the music out, but if you watch this one with the firefly, I felt this one was so special. Like, I didn't even blend the video with the music or nothing. I just put the video up with the sound of "Tonight You Belong to Me," and I put patience, and to watch to the end. And it's such a beautiful, like, it felt so, when I did the video, I knew I captured something very special. I felt it in my heart. I felt it in my soul. I felt like was a special moment that I captured. And look at that. I will have that for the rest of my life here, recorded. And it's on YouTube. So you can always go and watch, and just Raina knows, because she helped me with the lighting, because we cut the light after a certain time, like lights out, like no lights in the back on the yard. And she could tell you I was back there for a good long time, trying to get this video like right, like the perfect, like, because there were so many fireflies, because I have other videos here on my phone, but like I wanted to capture a special moment, right? Like something that I could focus on and then capture the light. And I sure enough caught it on the bench. And when it lit like that, oh my goodness. It was so special. It felt so special to me. That yeah. This is another falls that I went to. This is actually a Goose Dam. It's a dam in Hamden, Connecticut, which was really nice. Really, really nice. But I got a lot of videos you guys could, go and watch. Actually, no, I got 464, so I actually need 36 more. Not 40. But I'm gonna put more videos, but I'm gonna leave it like raw, like without music, especially the Niagara Falls, because I got a lot more of Niagara Falls. This is just a piece of what I put up, and there's so much more. Like this right here is the rapids. This one I put up. This is the latest one I put up. Actually, I could put the sound on this one because it's raw. It felt so good. I even got the water from there. Give me a second. This thing's heavy. Oh, it's heavy, and my hand, my forearm, like it hurts. So I'm gonna use this hand here. Those rapids, I would not want to be in that, because right there, that's where it falls. Right there, this is Horseshoe Falls. So, like, not much distance. You'd be going over the cliff and downwards. Like, but I got water. I need to put the video up. I need to put it. I'll probably put it tonight. I'll put it up. But okay, let me bring it back to me. Let me pause this here. Let's bring it back to me. So I got Niagara Falls water. I have water from there, and this is good for like when you do your rituals or whatever, blessings or baptism water. This is very strong, beautiful water from Niagara Falls, and it's I feel like it's magical, the water, because when I put the water in it, it just felt so, like, the water felt so good, and it felt so cool, and yeah, so powerful. I should just put the video up right now. Yeah, because I have my phone right here. Stop talking about it, just do it right now. Oh, 7, what's up? YouTube is my worst platform. Somewhat my fault for not posting regularly. Yeah, for me, I took that year off, right? And it's not because of anybody or nothing, but it was because of my health. I got really not good, and I had no choice to take a year off of YouTube to focus on me, and at least I came back, right? I don't know how long for now, but I'm back, and try to give it another run. But it's hard when you take time off and come back to YouTube, and then you don't have the same attention. Everything's like starting from scratch. So I know the feeling, you know. But let me put that video up. It's like, because I have it here, I might as well do it. Do it live. I'm gonna do it raw. Okay, so I was gonna put. Okay, which one was the 2? Okay, what's over here? I gotta find the video. There's so many videos. I got enough videos, like enough content to put up for a while. I should just do the 30 seconds and just put up like 30-second snippets, because they're all like 30 seconds a second. Like I did them purposely like that, 30 seconds and 60 seconds, and some a little over, some a little under, like 45 seconds and less. Okay, I think it was this one. So this one and this one. This one. Okay. Skip. We're doing this live. Okay, I think that should be good for short. Oh yeah, we're gonna hear the natural sound. Okay, that's good. Let me just check the. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is gonna be good. Okay. What should I call it? Because it's Rainbow Falls, but I can name it whatever I want. Okay. I'm not going to add no sound to it. Let me see. Okay. So this is the raw form. Everything looks good. All right. Next. Okay, so I gotta name this sucker. I'm just gonna put the Rainbow Falls Raw, right? Raw something. Raw, yeah. I think like I put raw sound. Let's see, Rainbow Falls, and raw. Okay, raw. Okay, I put raw sounds of nature. Yeah, that sounds good. Okay, let's go ahead and upload it. There we go. Uploading. Multitasking. So I got Rainbow Falls Water. I know Moo Tang. I know she watches. So she's part of like the rewatchers. Because it's late at night where she's at. And she's been working a lot. She's been busting her ass. So maybe tomorrow I'll do an early show. So I could get in, like, talk to Moo Tang because she watches, she does, and I got a whole canister of Niagara Falls water. And she really wanted this. She really wanted. I'm gonna put it into like a perfume bottle and like a spray bottle. I was gonna order it from like Amazon or eBay or something, like perfume bottles that I could put the water in and then seal it, and then like it's a spray bottle, and then I could seal it off and then send it. I could send it to Moontang, and then I for description I could put holy water. It is blessed by nature and by me and by Niagara Falls, and it was a mission to get it, and I got it. So let's go to some news. Enough about that. Let's check out the White House. Let's see what happened today there. It's going to be interesting to watch. Let's see. Let's listen in.
Caitlin. Thank you, Caroline. Two questions for Director Gabbard. Just on this, Director Gabbard, you referenced the past intelligence reports and assessments on this, including that 2017 one that was signed off, as Ed noted, by every Republican on the Senate Intelligence Community, including the acting chair of the time, now Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who said in a statement that they did not find any evidence of Russian collusion, but they did find, however, is very troubling, and they found irrefutable evidence of Russian meddling. One, are you saying that he's wrong in that statement that he made then? And secondly, what would you say to people who believe that you're only releasing these documents now to improve your standing with the president after he said that your intelligence assessments were wrong?
Well, first, I want to correct something that you stated, which was citing the Senate Intelligence Committee's report as being one and the same. I think you said the intelligence community. The Senate Intelligence Committee has a very different function than the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. The evidence and the intelligence that has been declassified and released is irrefutable. I'm going to let Caroline speak to Secretary Rubio.
I'll speak to both questions. First, on Secretary Rubio, he put out a statement in 2020 following that Senate Intelligence Committee report, and he said what they found is troubling. We found irrefutable evidence of Russian meddling, which the Director of National Intelligence just confirmed for all of you. that Russia was trying to sow distrust and chaos. But what's the outrage in this that Secretary Rubio did not say at the time, the Democrats were saying at the time, is the fact that the intelligence community was concocting this narrative that the president colluded with the Russians, that the president's son was holding secret meetings with the Russians. All of these lies that were never true. And he also said at that time, we discovered deeply troubling actions taken by the FBI under Comey, particularly their acceptance and willingness to rely on the Steele dossier without verifying its methodology or sourcing. The Steele dossier that many outlets in this room ran as the gospel truth, and it was cooked up and paid for by the Clinton campaign. As for your second question, Caitlin, I think who is saying that she would release this to try to boost her standing with the president? Who has said that?
Well, the president has publicly undermined her when it came to Iran. He said she was wrong. He told me that she didn't know what she was talking about. That was on Air Force One on camera.
The only people who are suggesting that the director of national intelligence would release evidence to try to boost her standing with the president are the people in this room who constantly try to sow distrust and chaos amongst the president's cabinet, and it is not working. I will just answer your question directly. I am with the president of the United States every day. He has the utmost confidence in Director Gabbard. He always has. He continues to, and that is true of his entire cabinet, who is all working as one team to deliver on the promises this president made.
Ooh, we're talking about fire. That got heated. Get the marshmallows, get the chocolate, get some graham crackers. We're gonna do some s'mores with that heat. Holy smokes. That was on fire. That was some fire. Okay, the video came on live. Let's check it out. I think I'm the first one to watch. So please go and watch my shorts. Go look at my shorts and check it out. Give me a sec. I'm gonna bring it over here. We're gonna listen to the raw sounds of nature. This is so beautiful. Oh, God. All right, let's listen. You can sleep so good listening to this. All right, it's live, so you can go listen to it. Leave a like and look, you can go right here. Leave a like. Yay! Leave a comment if you want to, and enjoy the sounds of nature. I'm gonna put more without music because I know I put music. Music could be like for that moment. I feel like people should listen to the music because they need it to. But now I'm gonna put the videos, upload the videos like raw with just the sound of nature. That way you can sleep listening to it. It's very comforting. I do have longer forms videos that I'm going to put up so people can listen and take in the sounds because a lot of people, that is very helpful for people to sleep. Very, very helpful. Okay, let's go to Tyson because I'm going to have to get off here soon. So I'm going to skip the Benny Johnson one, but I'm going to go straight to Tyson. And let's go ahead and check this out. Let's check Tyson De La Cruz. Set it up. All right, let's go.
Some Medicaid data will soon be available to ICE agents. The Trump administration argues actions like this are necessary for their crackdown on immigration.
America, we just got some breaking news that's going to send some shockwaves through sanctuary cities across the country. The Trump administration has approved a massive data sharing agreement that gives ICE access to personal information from nearly 79 million Medicaid recipients, including home addresses, ethnicities, birthdays, and social security numbers. This is all part of Trump's efforts to arrest 3,000 undocumented immigrants daily. But here's what's going to make Democrats lose their mind. DHS says that this is an initiative to ensure illegal aliens are not receiving Medicaid benefits that are meant for law-abiding Americans. Finally, somebody checking to make sure tax-funded healthcare isn't going to people who shouldn't even be here.
Major development in the Trump administration's immigration crackdown. ICE is being granted access to personal information from Medicaid recipients.
What is up, guys? Tyson Dela Cruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. This is exactly what we voted for. No more games, no more sanctuary policies, and no more allowing illegal immigrants to drain resources meant for American citizens. Let me break down this absolutely massive operation. According to the Associated Press, federal immigration officers now have access to home addresses, people's ethnicities, their birthdays, and even their social security numbers for nearly 79 million people enrolled in Medicaid.
In its continued effort to arrest 3,000 undocumented immigrants daily, the Trump administration will now start sharing the personal information of nearly 79 million Medicaid enrollees with ICE.
The Department of Homeland Security described it as an initiative to ensure that illegal aliens are not receiving Medicaid benefits that are meant for law-abiding Americans. Think about this. We're talking about nearly 8 million records that ICE can now research to identify people who are in our country illegally and using benefits meant for Americans. Now, here's some important details about how this system works.
Now, there is a catch to the new agreement. According to the Associated Press, ICE agents will not be allowed to download any of the information, and they can only access the data between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Fridays until September 9th.
This agreement is between the Department of Homeland Security and the Centers of Medicaid and Medicaid Services. ICE's main goal is to locate undocumented citizens who have previously or currently using the program.
According to the Associated Press, which also reports ICE will use this information to track down immigrants in the U.S. illegally. DHS told us it's keeping President Trump's promise to protect Medicaid.
Federal law says anyone in the U.S. illegally cannot enroll in Medicaid, but all states must offer emergency Medicaid, but often used by immigrants. Only 7 states, including California, allow non-U.S. citizens to enroll in regular Medicaid. Of course, health providers are losing their mind over the common sense policy. Dr. Edgar Chavez, who runs Universal Community Health Centers, is claiming this will create a public health crisis because people will end up in the ER.
Essentially, this is a public health crisis that we're going to have because a lot of people are going to end up in the ER, which is where we were trying to avoid.
Dr. Chavez says recent immigration rates have already kept patients away.
Are they going to catch him in the ER?
20% of his patients have stopped showing up.
I have people who have very advanced diabetes and hypertension who, and they're undocumented, and I got them to get Medi-Cal.
But here's what Dr. Chavez doesn't want to admit. These people shouldn't be using American taxpayer-funded healthcare in the first place.
That's
if they're
true.
here illegally, they need to go back to their home country and get healthcare there. Healthcare providers are claiming this is a huge breach of trust because they told patients that their data would never be shared with the federal government. But that agreement falls apart when you realize these people are breaking federal law by being here illegally.
We got a lot of those people to join Medi-Cal, right? We told them, trust us. This data is never going to make it to the federal government. This data is not going to be shared with anybody. And so now there's a huge breach of trust.
Immigration attorney Radlin Mendoza is worried that this could deter folks from receiving medical care, not bringing their kids to the hospital or treating them because of fear that they're going to be picked up by ICE.
Radlin Mendoza from Gardner Mendoza Immigration Law says she has several concerns with the agreement. For one, she feels it could deter folks from receiving medical care when they need it.
Not bringing their kids to the hospital for treatment because of the fear that they're going to get picked up by ICE.
But here's the reality. If you're in the country illegally, you should be concerned with being picked up by ICE. That's called consequences for breaking the law. California attorney Rob Bonta is calling this reckless and unprecedented weaponization of private sensitive data of Medicare recipients. But let's be honest about what's really happening here. Senator Adam Shifty Schiff is claiming the massive transfer of personal data of millions of Medicare recipients should alarm every American. But why should law-abiding Americans be alarmed about the efforts to find people who are breaking breaking immigration law. Immigration advocates are worried. Listen to what they have to say.
So eventually what could end up happening is someone might transfer information about an immigrant a U.S. citizen with a Latino name, and all of a sudden now I have ICE officers in my house, even though I was born here, only because my name is Raul Lopez.
But here's what cracks me up about all this privacy hysteria. If people are so worried about the government having your personal information, where was this outrage when Amazon, Facebook, Google, and your phone company have been collecting and selling your personal information for years? Amazon knows what you buy, when you buy it, and where you live. Facebook knows your political views, your relationship, and tracks you across the internet. Google knows everywhere you go, everything you search for, and reads your emails. Your phone company knows everyone you call, text, and your exact location 24/7. But suddenly when ICE wants to check if people are using taxpayer-funded healthcare or here legally, that's a privacy violation. Give me a break. These same people posting outrage on Facebook and tweeting from their iPhones have already given away more personal data than ICE could ever access. Legal experts are reminding people of their rights. Even if ICE has access to your personal information, they cannot do anything without a warrant from a judge ordering their arrest or search their home. Immigration attorney Radlin Mendoza admits that not all people found through this data will be deported immediately. It depends on their criminal history and whether they can request protection while detained.
Another concern Mendoza has is how this new agreement could affect those who are not yet documented but are going through the legal process to become a citizen.
They're doing all the right things. And, they're getting arrested at their immigration hearings. They're getting arrested at their immigration interviews.
But here's what she's really worried about. People who are going through the legal process to become a citizen, but you're still here illegally. If you're here illegally, even while you're applying for legal status, you're still breaking the law. The majority of the people identified through this system will still go before an immigration judge while they're being detained, where they can pursue protection and request bond. The difference here is they'll be detained instead of released into American communities. Of course, sanctuary states like California are already planning to resist this common sense policy. Only 7 states, including California, allow non-U.S. citizens to enroll in Medicaid. But federal law requires emergency rooms to treat anyone in a medical emergency regardless of immigration status.
Undocumented immigrants and even some documented immigrants do not qualify for basic federal Medicaid. However, they do qualify for emergency Medicaid.
This creates a massive loophole where people can get expensive emergency care at taxpayer expenses instead of preventative care. But the solution isn't to give illegal immigrants full Medicaid benefits. The solution is to enforce immigration laws so they're not here in the first place. When ICE has to reach a daily quota of around 3,000 people per day, they need efficient ways to locate people who are here illegally. This data sharing agreement provides exactly that capability. This Medicaid data sharing is part of a broader Trump administration strategy to make immigration enforcement more efficient and effective. Instead of random raids that might catch a few people, ICE can now target individuals who are definitely in the system illegally. This agreement runs until September 9th, giving ICE several months to identify and locate people who are using American taxpayer-funded benefits while being in the country illegally.
And according to the Associated Press, immigration officials wouldn't be able to download this data. Instead, they would have access to it Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.
The restriction on access, no downloading, limited hours, temporary duration, shows this is a targeted enforcement tool, not a fishing expedition. ICE can search for specific individuals, but can't mass download the entire database. This is exactly the kind of smart, targeted enforcement that Americans voted for when they elected President Trump. America, this Medicaid data sharing agreement perfectly illustrates the difference between the Trump administration and the Biden administration's approach to immigration enforcement. Biden allowed millions of illegal immigrants to drain American resources while ignoring the law. Trump is using all available data to enforce existing immigration law. The hysteria from Democrats and immigration advocates reveal their true priorities. They care more about protecting people who are here illegally than ensuring American taxpayer resources go to American citizens and legal residents. And let's be real about this privacy outrage. Amazon, Facebook, Google, and your phone company already have more personal data on you than ICE can ever access through the Medicaid agreement. But nobody's protesting outside of Facebook headquarters about privacy violations. If you're here legally, you have nothing to worry about. If you're here illegally, you should be worried, because that's what accountability looks like. ICE still needs warrants to search homes and make arrests, but now they have a better tool to identify people who shouldn't be using American benefits. This is exactly what we voted for. Smart, targeted immigration enforcement that protects American resources for American citizens and legal residents. The days of treating our immigration law like suggestions are over. Let me know what you guys think about this. Drop it down in the comment section down below. Smash the like button if you kindly would. Share, subscribe, and as always, guys, I'll catch you on the next one.
Let's go right to the next one.
The toxic plume from the Tijuana River can be seen from outer space. It shows sewage flowing off of the South Imperial Beach area and spreading into the Pacific Ocean.
America, California beaches are drowning in raw sewage, and it's not Mexico's fault. It's Gavin Newsom's. A bombshell investigation reveals that Newsom signed a bill, SB 507, in 2020 that led to a 480% increase in raw sewage flow from Mexico, resulting in over 22 billion gallons of contaminated water annually flooding San Diego beaches. We're talking about 3-year beach closures, bacteria levels so high they're off the charts, and residents who can smell the sewage from 10 minutes away. But here's the kicker. While Gavin Newsom allocated $15 million in state funding supposedly to fix the problem, his policies actually made it exponentially worse.
14.5 billion gallons of raw sewage flowing from Mexico here into California, continuing to contaminate waters of local communities, including here in Imperial Beach.
What is up, guys? Tyson Dela Cruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. This is California Democrat leadership in a nutshell. Create a massive environmental disaster through terrible policy decisions, then blame everyone else while tourists flee and local economies collapse. San Diego County Supervisor Jim Desmond is finally telling the truth about this sewage catastrophe. Let me break down how Gavin Newsom created this environmental nightmare. In 2020, Newsom signed a bill, SB 507, which according to the change.org petition led to a staggering 480% increase in raw sewage flow into the U.S. from Mexico. We went from a manageable sewage issue to 22 billion gallons of raw sewage annually flooding San Diego beaches. San Diego County Supervisor Jim Desmond explained the scope of this crisis.
Every day, there's about 5 million gallons of raw sewage comes across the border into our country, onto our beaches.
Think about that, 5 million gallons of raw sewage every single day flowing into California beaches. That's not a natural disaster. That's a policy-created disaster. Newsom allocated $15 million in state funds to the Tijuana River Valley in that same bill. But his policy changes made the problem exponentially worse. The result, long-term beach closures in San Diego, a tourism industry in crisis, and residents who can't even open their window because the sewage stench.
We need the support of our governor and our president. I cannot re-emphasize that enough.
This is what happens when you elect environmental extremists who care more about virtue signaling than actual results. The health impact of Governor Gavin Newsom's sewage disaster is absolutely staggering. 10 San Diego beaches are now under advisory due to the heightened bacteria levels, with some areas showing bacteria levels so high they're literally off the state health standard charts.
The beach advisories were announced earlier today, and officials warned of high levels of domoic acid. That's a toxin found in shellfish in San Diego County. Experts tell us the toxin can be dangerous to people if you eat contaminated shellfish.
Health officials are warning people not to collect or eat any shellfish like oysters, mussels, or clams, and cooking them won't destroy the toxin. Lori Hemfrey, who grew up in Imperial Beach, described the devastating change. I can smell it from my house, and I live 10 minutes away. She now wears shoes on the sand and says the beautiful beaches that she grew up on are absolutely gone.
I can smell it at my house, and I live 10 minutes, and that's how far the smell is really bad.
She wears shoes on the sand to protect her feet. She says it's an issue that should be easy to solve.
The Imperial
Hold on. All right. Sorry I broke in there. I got to step out. So I'm going to put the show on probably like on a little break. But what I'll do is I'll leave. Maybe we could leave Tyson Dela Cruz on. Let me see. I'm gonna go with the Rainbow Falls. I'm gonna leave the Rainbow Falls playing while I'm gone, and then when I come back, of course you'll see when I come back. But I'm just gonna let that play. This is gonna be like intermission. Let me see, about half an hour. So you'll have a half an hour of relaxation listening to the water. Just because, let me see if there's any shows that are really long that I can find real quick. Give me one sec. Yeah, because I got to step out. So, but I don't want to finish the show yet. So, we got some Jason A. Another Jason A. Something big is heading towards Earth. Oh, Lord. Yeah, we're gonna watch that when I come back. I'm just trying to find something that's pretty long that you guys could watch while I'm gone. That's at least, let me see, at least half an hour more. I'll find something. Here's a 20. No. Okay, there's a lot of news to watch. I'm just saying, there's one that I could put on that I could break in. Try and find something that's, let's see what YouTube is wanting me to show you guys. All right, I guess we'll go with the Trumpster. Well, some news here, so I can always break in. You guys can watch the news while I'm gone. This is where is it? Here it is. It's the Trump speaking at AI Summit, signs executive order. So you guys are gonna watch that while I'm gone. Let me open it up. Let me set it up because I gotta run out of here. So I'll be right back for sure. But let me put this loud here. Insert this tab. Make it bigger. And you guys are gonna watch this on your own. There you go. So enjoy, and I will be back in about half an hour. Maybe about half an hour, maybe more or less, but it's going to be around the half hour mark.
Stage there in our nation's capital, President Trump talking about the AI action plan. You can see the stage behind him says all in as they try to continue the American dominance of artificial intelligence. He gave tech advisors 6 months to do the job, laying the groundwork. Let's listen in to this on Live Now.
Thank you very much, everybody. What a great song that is, but we'll cut it a little short because we have some business to discuss. What a group of smart ones we have in front of me today. That's about as good as it comes. Up here, the brain power, the greatest power of them all, the brain power. Well, I'm thrilled to be here with so many tech leaders and luminaries as we take historic action to reassert the future which belongs to America, always has belonged to America. We just lost sight of it on occasion. And I just want to start by stating that we've just concluded our big trade deal with Japan and numerous other countries in addition, as you know. But on the Japan deal, because it was literally just signed, letter was just signed, it gives us a sort of signing bonus. So I'll bring it into sports talk, a signing bonus. Like you have signing bonuses too, I understand. Getting a lot of money, 100 million, that's not bad. But that's not as good as the signing bonus we got. We got a $550 billion signing bonus for the country. And we had the tariff at 25%. As you know, we had a tariff at 25%. And these are great people that we negotiated with, but we agreed to reduce it to 15 based on the fact that Japan has agreed for the first time ever to open up its country to trade so that all of our American businesses and business geniuses, including many in this room, can go out and do business openly and freely in Japan, a very rich and prosperous and profitable and wonderful country, frankly. And we will pay a zero tariff as we do business in Japan. So we're paying zero, they're paying 15. We're getting $550 billion. And to be exact, it's 90% of that, but we control the whole lot of it. And it's really been great. And they're very happy, and their stock market went up, and our stock market went up, and that's supposed to be the way it is. Ours went way up, and theirs went up. And we've made numerous other deals like that. But the opening up of a country is very important to us. We have numerous countries that have opened their doors, just made some incredible transactions, but we're going to have a very, very simple tariff for some of the countries. There's so many countries, you can't negotiate deals with everyone. So we'll have a straight, simple tariff of anywhere between 15 and 50%. A couple of we have 15 because we haven't been getting along with those countries too well. So we just say, let's pay 50. And that's the way it is. But remember, we get countries that were closed, always closed. Everyone in this room would never remember any of them to be open. We've offered such a deal to the European Union where we're in serious negotiations. And if they agree to open up the union to American businesses, then we will let them pay a lower tariff. So the tariff is very important, but the opening of a country, I think, can be more important if our businesses do the job that they're supposed to be doing. Such openings are worthy of many points in tariffs, and they're a good thing, not only for, as an example, Japan or Europe, but certainly a great thing for America because it allows our businesses to go out and fairly compete and do really well if they compete properly, like the people that I know. Everyone in this room practically I know has competed very successfully. I haven't seen any, and I know the losers just like I know the winners. I tell you, I don't see any of the losers here. But now if some of the countries that pay 25% or more on autos complain, remember that Japan was willing to pay upfront the $550 billion for that privilege of negotiating with the United States of America. We also made a deal yesterday with the Philippines and Indonesia, which in both cases will be opening up their country. And we're in the process of completing our deal with China. And as you know, the UK, we made a deal. It was a very good deal for everybody. Everybody's happy. It's always nice when everybody can be happy. But mostly we'll be charging straight tariffs to most of the rest of the world because we have over 200 countries. People don't realize that's a lot of deals. Even if you're like me, a deal junkie, that's a lot of deals. That would be too much for anybody. Ooh. How did we do with this country that I never heard of? We got a lot of deals cooking, but America is taking in hundreds of billions of dollars like it never has before. Investments into our country at the highest point ever in history, and we've just really been opened up for business for 3 of the 6 months. The first couple of months, we got ourselves all set, done a great job with our military. As you know, you saw that 2 weeks ago when you saw the way those incredible B-2s flew into Iran and took out an entire nuclear potential deadly force. But I want to thank some of the incredible people that I see before me, including White House AI czar David Sachs. He's been great for organizing this very important summit and especially for putting it in D.C. where it's a little bit easier. I don't know if it's easy for you, but it's a hell of a lot easier for me. Along with his colleagues at the All In podcast, which is very good. I did that podcast a year and a half ago, and I said, this is something, it was pretty new, pretty raw. Everybody I knew saw that podcast. I said, well, he's got something pretty good. Who is that guy? He's a smart guy, by the way. I think if I ever get in, which at the time people were saying I had a shot, not as good a shot as it turned out. We won in numbers that nobody believes. We won every swing state. We won by millions and millions of votes, winning the popular vote. We won with the districts, as they would call them, 2,750 to 505. And that's why the map is almost completely red, except for a couple of little blue areas on each side of it. But it was a great experience, frankly, for me. And hopefully it's a great experience and been a great experience for our country, because they're saying we had the greatest 6 months that a president has ever had, the opening 6 months. And I'm not even sure, maybe 6 months. I'm not sure it's the opening, but let's call it the opening 6 months. It sounds a little bit nicer. I want to also say hello and thank to Chamath and his wonderful wife, Nat. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much. It was great seeing you again. Great couple. David Friedberg and even, as we know, Jason Calacanis. I say even. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Jason. I appreciate that. Yeah, he's a good person. Thanks as well to the Hill and Valley Forum and our future Undersecretary of State, Jacob Hellberg. Good work. Good. Stand up, Jason. Good. I met him a year and a half ago, and I was very impressed. I said, let's bring him in. We bring in a lot of smart people. And David's been unbelievable as the job he's doing. Along with Secretaries Doug Burgum, who's been incredible. Doug? Thank you. Thank you, Doug. Great job. He's producing low-cost energy. We're down to $64. I want to get it down a little bit further if we can. I don't know if the oil companies love that or not, but we want to have very inexpensive electricity so that you can power up the plants, because you need more electricity than any human beings ever in the history of the world. When I heard what you really need, I said, you got to be kidding. Double what we produce right now for everything, right? I don't know. You're going to... Jensen, you're going to have to explain that to me someday, why they need so damn much. Could you do with a little bit less? My father always used to say, turn off the lights, son. But you guys are turning up the lights. I want to thank Howard Lutnick for doing a terrific job. He was involved in the big deal that we just completed with Japan. Howard, wherever you are, Howard. Where is Howard? Hi, Howard. Great job you did. Appreciate it. Really, that was an interesting negotiation, wasn't it? These are tough people. These are good negotiators, I will tell you, Japan. But they love their country, and they do what's right for their country. I want to thank Chris Wright, if Chris is around. Chris is here because he's helping with the tremendous energy success that we're having. We're having tremendous energy success. We're the biggest. We have more energy than anybody else in the world. Nobody knew that until I came along, but we have more energy than anybody else in the world. We're making incredible deals on energy, including deals in Alaska. Well, we that's the mother lode. That's the big one. And we're making deals with various Asian countries that need it. And it's actually hard to believe, you don't think of it, but Asia is very close to Alaska, relatively speaking. It's not the closest, but it is pretty much the closest when it comes to oil and gas and energy. And we're making some incredible deals. And I want to thank Chris. Chris is fantastic, works in partnership really with this gentleman who's the head of you've got the land and he's got the energy, right? But they formed a great partnership, Doug. So that's one of the greatest partnerships I've seen in a long time. They work hand in hand and they have done a great job. Administrators, Kelly Loeffler, I think, is here. Kelly, thank you very much. Hi, Kelly. Thank Kelly. And probably the most important man in the room, and I say it in all sincerity, more important than Doug and Chris and all that, energy they're producing. He's a man that produces fast permits on the environmental impact statements. He gets them done. I said, Lee, you have 1 week for nuclear, and you have a couple of days for oil and gas, okay, for the approvals. And we kid, but he really is. He's knocking them out fast. He's knocked out a lot. A lot of you guys have started your plants already, and you've already had your approvals. So where's Lee Zeldin? Is he here? He is so great. This guy, he is so great. That's why he has a slightly better seat than I gave to Doug, you see? Nah, he's doing a fantastic job in a lot of ways, but he's doing a great job, and he's getting fast permits and safe and good and everything else, but he's moving them along rapidly, already given some. And, one of the most exciting things we'll talk about in a second is the fact that you're going to build your own electric producing plants when you build whatever you're building. And it's different things, including automobile factories, which are going up all over the place. You'll see them starting soon. They're moving into our country because of the tariffs, because they don't want to pay the tariffs. They're moving into our country at a record speed. But the ability to build your own electric plant, not having to rely on a 100-year-plus old grid. And then if you have electric capacity extra, you're going to sell it into the grid, make some money, but you'll sell it right back into the grid. Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, Michael Kratsios. Michael, thank you very much. Thank you, Michael. As well, it's supposed to be taking a vote right now. Big vote, Senator Ted Cruz. Is Senator Cruz here? Oh, look at my senator. Why aren't you voting? I think we lost David McCormick, who's voting. So is David here? Because you're supposed to be voting, Ted. I don't know. I'll tell you what, this man works hard. Ted works hard, and he works good. And a very special thanks to some of the top industry leaders here, including somebody that's amazing. I said, look, we'll break this guy up. This is before I learned the facts of life. I said, we'll break him up. They said, don't say it's very hard. I said, why? I said, what percentages of the market does he have? So he has 100%. I said, who the hell is he? What's his name? His name is Jensen Huang, NVIDIA. I said, what the hell is NVIDIA? I've never heard of it before. He said, you don't want to know about it, sir. I figured we could go in and we could sort of break them up a little bit, get them a little competition. And I found out it's not easy in that business. I said, supposing we put the greatest minds together and they work hand in hand for a couple of years. He said, no, it would take at least 10 years to catch him if he ran NVIDIA totally incompetently from now on. So I said, all right, let's go on to the next one. And then I got to know Jensen, and now I see why. Jensen, will you stand up? What a job. What a job you've done. Man. Great. He's a great guy, too. Lisa Su of AMD. Lisa? Thank you. Congratulations. Great job. Sham Sanikar of Palantir. We buy a lot of things from Palantir. Where are you? Are we paying our bills? I think so. We just made a deal with the European Union where they're going to pay the United States of America 100% of the cost of all military equipment. They're going to ship it to the European Union, and then they'll distribute it, and much of it will go to Ukraine. It's been a long time since you've heard those words, because we're in for $350 billion. But now we send it to Europe, and Europe pays, and they were great. We had a tremendous NATO meeting a few weeks ago, and it was pretty amazing, actually, what happened. They agreed to go from 2% to 5%, and they had 2% where they didn't pay. They have 5% where they've already paid. That's a big difference. That's trillions of dollars, actually, trillions. But they're going to spend that money in the United States with our defense companies, and we're going to send it to them, and they'll distribute the equipment that we send. So that's the way it should have been 3 years ago, frankly. And Jeff Sprecher, the other half of that incredible family, is he here? He's a fantastic guy, international, intercontinental exchange, and he's been a friend of mine for a long time the husband of Kelly, who's really doing a good job. You are really doing a good job. And small business, which is actually big business if you add it all up, right? It's probably the biggest bank there is, but they call it small business, and she's done a fantastic job. Thanks, Kel. Say hello to Jeff. As we gather this afternoon, we're still in the earliest days of one of the most important technological revolutions in the history of the world. Around the globe, everyone is talking about artificial intelligence. I find that too. Artificial, I can't stand it. I don't even like the name. You know, I don't like anything that's artificial. So could we straighten that out, please? We should change the name. I actually mean that. I don't like the name artificial anything because it's not artificial. It's genius. It's pure genius. And its potential to transform every type of human endeavor and domain of human knowledge, from medicine to manufacturing to warfare and national defense. Whether we like it or not, we're suddenly engaged in a fast-paced competition to build and define this groundbreaking technology that will determine so much about the future of civilization itself because of the genius and creativity of Silicon Valley. And it is incredible genius. Without question, the most brilliant place anywhere on earth. America is the country that started the AI race. And as President of the United States, I'm here today to declare that America is going to win it. We're going to work hard. We're going to win it. Because we will not allow any foreign nation to beat us. Our children will not live on a planet controlled by the algorithms of the adversaries advancing values and interests contrary to our own. We don't want to have contrary interests. We want to get along, and we'll get along with other countries. We're having a great relationship, as I told you, with those countries that we mentioned, with Japan and Indonesia and so many others. The European Union, we're getting along. We're getting along very well with China. A lot of respect for President Xi. We have a great relationship, and we'll see how it all works out. But we're getting along with countries it's really been pretty amazing, I will say that, and it's a good thing. It's a good thing, not a bad thing. So from this day forward, it'll be a policy of the United States to do whatever it takes to lead the world in artificial intelligence, such an important thing happening. This is really something that nobody expected. It just popped out of the air, and here we are. But we will defend our nation, our values, our future, and our freedom, and it will be really great. But what we really need to be successful is a very simple phrase called common sense, and that begins with a common sense application of artificial and intellectual property rules. It's so important. You can't be expected to have a successful AI program when every single article, book, or anything else that you've read or studied, you're supposed to pay for. Gee, I read a book, I'm supposed to pay somebody. And, you know, we appreciate that, but you just can't do it because it's not doable. And if you're going to try and do that, you're not going to have a successful program. I think most of the people in the room know what I mean. When a person reads a book or an article, you've gained great knowledge. That does not mean that you're violating copyright laws or have to make deals with every content provider. And that's a big thing that you're working on right now, I know, but you just can't do it. China's not doing it. And if you're going to be beating China, and right now we're leading China very substantially in AI, very, very substantially. And nobody's seen the amount of work that's going to be bursting upon the scene. But you have to be able to play by the same set of rules. So when you have something, when you read something, and when it goes into this vast intelligence machine, we'll call it, you cannot expect to every single time say, oh, let's pay this one that much, let's pay this one. It just doesn't work that way. Of course, you can't copy or plagiarize an article, but if you read an article and learn from it, we have to allow AI to use that pool of knowledge without going through the complexity of contract negotiations, of which there would be thousands for every time we use AI. We also have to have a single federal standard, not 50 different states regulating this industry of the future. And some people would say, gee, that's an unpopular thing to say. I was told before I got up here, this is an unpopular thing because some people, they don't want that. But I want you to be successful. And you can't have one state holding you up. You can't have 3 or 4 states holding you up. You can't have a state with standards that are so high that it's going to hold you up. You have to have a federal rule and regulation. Hopefully you'll have the right guy in this position that's going to supplant the states. If you are operating under 50 different sets of state laws, the most restrictive state of all will be the one that rules. So you could have a state run by a crazy governor, a governor that hates you, a governor that's not smart, or maybe a governor that's very smart, but decides that he doesn't like the industry and he can put you out of business because you're going to have to go to that lowest common denominator. We need one common sense federal standard that supersedes all states, supersedes everybody, so you don't end up in litigation with 43 states at one time. You got to go litigation free. It's the only way. And we also have to watch Europe, Asia, and all foreign countries so that they don't make rules and regulations that likewise make it impossible for you to do business, and where you'd have to make everything in AI cater to them. Because again, you'd have to cater to the toughest country or to the toughest state. You can't do that because it would ruin it. I just terminated all of the, as an example, California car emissions rules, which were a disaster. It cost them just billions of dollars as an industry, but thousands of dollars per car. The emission rule standard, because they were making the production of an automobile almost impossible and at a tremendously higher cost, much more expensive than it should cost, for very little gain, for actually, in my opinion, negative gain. The automobile was worse. Under this administration, our innovation will be unmatched and our capabilities will be unrivaled. And with the help of many of the people in this room, America's ultimate triumph will be absolutely unstoppable. We will be unstoppable as a nation. Again, we're way ahead and we want to stay that way. We can't let individual smaller units stop it, because that's the only thing that can stop it and can really mess it up. As with any such breakthrough, this technology brings the potential for bad as well as for good, for peril as well as for progress. But the daunting power of AI is it's not going to be a reason for retreat from this new frontier. On the contrary, it is the more reason we must ensure it is pioneered first and best. We have to have the best, the first pioneer. We are the best and the first pioneers, and we're going to be really putting a nation that we love, America, we're going to be putting it first. I have an expression, America first, make America great again. A lot of great expressions, but they're all so true. To make America great again, we're going to make this industry absolutely the top, because right now it's a beautiful baby that's born. We have to grow that baby and let that baby thrive. We can't stop it. We can't stop it with politics. We can't stop it with foolish rules and even stupid rules. At the same time, we want to have rules, but they have to be smart. They have to be brilliant. They have to be more brilliant than even the technology itself. Surely there will be challenges on the path ahead, but together we will meet them and transcend them all. We are Americans, and we are Americans first. I have a couple of people I know that don't happen to be from here, but I wish you a lot of luck anyway. I was looking at 3 people that are not Americans, but they're very good people. Please treat them nicely. But we do not shrink from the future or cower in the face of uncertainty. We dominate the future. We conquer new frontiers, and we control our own fate. And we determine, by doing that, our own destiny. Winning this competition will be a test of our capacities unlike anything since the dawn of the space age. I believe that. It's hard to believe as the president, the amount of enthusiasm for this one industry. I mean, I can talk about cars where we're doing incredibly well. We have car companies moving in all the time. But I talk about other industries. Everybody's saying this is going to dominate the world. They're going to dominate every industry that ever conceived. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if it's true. But I can tell you that a lot of very brilliant people think it is true. It'll dominate everything. It will challenge us to marshal all of our strength and flex the muscles of American ingenuity and resolve like probably never before. It will require us to blast through obsolete systems, cut through thickets of regulation. We got to get rid of some of the regulation, but we want good regulation and rebuild the industrial bedrock of our country. And perhaps most importantly, winning the AI race will demand a new spirit of patriotism and national loyalty in Silicon Valley and long beyond Silicon Valley. For too long, much of our tech industry pursued a radical globalism that left millions of Americans feeling distrustful and betrayed. And you know that. Everybody knows that. Everybody in this room certainly does. Many of our largest tech companies have reaped the blessings of American freedom while building their factories in China, hiring workers in India, and slashing profits in Ireland. You know that? All the while dismissing and even censoring their fellow citizens right here at home. Under President Trump, those days are over. We need U.S. technology companies to be all in for America. We want you to put America first. You have to do that. That's all we ask. That's all we ask. To partner with our tech geniuses in achieving this vision today, we're releasing the White House AI Action Plan. Big stuff. We're signing it right after this. In fact, I see it sitting right there. Maybe I should just sign it right now. Who the hell has to make the rest of this speech, right? But here are the pillars of the strategy. First, my administration will use every tool at our disposal to ensure that the United States can build and maintain the largest, most powerful, and most advanced AI infrastructure anywhere on the planet. America needs new data centers, new semiconductor and chip manufacturing facilities, new power plants and transmission lines. And under my leadership, we're going to get that job done, and it's going to be done with certainty and with environmental protection and all of the things that we have to do to get it done properly. Virtually all of these large capital investments can be and should be made by the private sector. And they want to do that. They just want to be able to do it. But for that reason, America must once again be a country where innovators are rewarded with a green light, not strangled with red tape so they can't move, so they can't breathe. And that's not going to happen. You're going to see things that you've never seen in this country before. So often, and I've been watching for many years, I've watched regulation. I've been a victim of regulation. A zone change that takes 6 years for a building in Manhattan or whatever. But I was good at zone changes, but it took a long time. By the time you got the zoning, the market changed. You didn't want to build the building. You say, well, but in some cases that made you lucky, didn't it? Huh? In some, not too many people understand that in this room, but in some cases, waiting for that approval as the market collapsed was a good thing, not a bad thing. But it's time to reclaim our heritage as a nation of builders. And that's why upon taking office, I signed a historic executive order directing that every one, and this is so important, for every new regulation, 10 old regulations must be immediately eliminated. So we have old regulations that clog up the books that don't even mean anything anymore. You know, in my first term, I had more regulation cuts than any president in history times 4, and that included 2-term presidents where you're talking about 8 years. We had more than any other president, and I think we may even top it this year. We may very well be able to top it during this period of time because you're really, you are a regulation-prone group, and we're looking to get those regulations out of your way so you can use your genius. Earlier this month, we also enacted the largest tax cuts in American history when I signed the One Big Beautiful Bill into law. And I think the most important thing in the whole tax cut in terms of pure economics. And I think one of the reasons that my first, we had the most successful economy in history during my first term. And I think this is going to blow it away. So far it is. And I think this is going to blow it away. But the reason we had was I had expensing at 100%. And what we did is we included 100% in this bill, expensing for all capital expenditures, including investments in factories and equipment and structure. Structure wasn't included last time, so even structure, and you're able to write it all off immediately. That's the biggest thing, not 38 years, not 42 years. You're able to write it all off immediately. And this time we've made it for 10 years, not for 1 year. We've made it for 10 years, so you have a much longer period, but I'd say get out and take advantage of it. I think that's one of the reasons that we had such an incredible success with the first tax cuts. And one of the things that this bill does is it extends the first tax cuts and makes them permanent. And in addition to that, we were granted other taxes like no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. A lot of great things. One of the things that I mentioned, not so pertinent here, but if you're in the automobile business, it's pertinent. I said, why is it that people like us always are looking for expenses and deductions? And people that buy automobiles that really have to go out and borrow money to buy a car, why aren't they allowed to deduct the interest on their loan to buy a car from their income tax? And we got it approved. We got it approved. And that is such a big thing. And I think that's going to be such a big thing for the automobile industry. We're going to be making more cars. Within a few years, we're going to be making more cars than we made in the very beginning, in the super prime. We lost almost 50% of our automobile business to Mexico, Canada, and various other places, as you know, in Europe and in Asia. And now we're getting it back. We're getting it back in record numbers. And I think we're going to be topping any amount. In a few years, we'll be making more automobiles than we've ever made in the history of our country, including what I call prime time. My administration is also pursuing a future of all-out American energy dominance. And on day one, I terminated the Green New Scam. You know what that was? You were all victims to it. Perhaps the second or third greatest scam in the history of our country. I would say the first was Russia, Russia, Russia. And we had a couple of others too. But the Green New Scam was one of the greatest. It's so ridiculous what they've made you do. The carbon footprint. They talked about the carbon footprint, and then Obama hops onto a 747 Air Force One and flies to Hawaii to play a round of golf and comes back. What about the carbon footprint? No, we didn't like that. And what Biden has done is absolutely terrible. He made it impossible, almost impossible for people to do business, not even talking about the border, where millions and millions of people flowed into our country, many from prisons, from jails, from gangs, from mental institutions all over the world. No, we're not doing that. We have to get them out. We've got 11,888 murderers, many of them committed more than one murder. Many of them, more than 50%, committed more murders. We're getting them out of our country, or in some cases, they're so bad, we're not getting them out. We're having to lock them up because we don't want them ever to come back, no matter how good we're doing. Last month, you probably read, we had 0 people enter our country illegally. And over the last number of years, you'd have hundreds of thousands, literally hundreds of thousands of people a week pour into our country, totally unvetted and unchecked. And what the hell were they thinking? What they've done to our country is so sad, and we can never forget it. But we're unleashing all forms of energy, including natural gas, oil, and clean, beautiful coal. I instructed my people, in the form of Chris and Doug, in particular, you are not allowed to say the word coal without saying clean, beautiful in front of it. You can only say clean, beautiful coal. It's a little embarrassing because we had somebody making a speech the other day, right? And he mentioned the word coal about 30 times because that was the subject. And he kept going clean, beautiful. I wanted to say, okay, just take it easy. You could just, got a little bit crazy, right, Doug? But it's, China's using it. They're building now 57 big power plants, all fueled by coal. And we have to compete. We have to win. And we're going to have clean, beautiful coal. But we have more coal than any. We have more anything in terms of energy than anybody. Oil and gas. We also have more coal. In May, I also signed an executive order to rapidly begin construction of safe, reliable nuclear reactors. That's a big thing now. And many of you are going to be using nuclear. You know, I had problems with nuclear. I saw some of the things, but what they've done with nuclear is like what you've done with AI and other things. It's incredible, actually. It's long-term. It's inexpensive. It's safe. What they've done is really amazing. So we opened up the industry, very strict rules, but we opened up the industry. And some of you are going to choose nuclear over oil and gas or whatever it might be. Under the last year of Biden, China added 11 times as much power generation capacity as did the United States. Can you imagine that 11 times? Under the Trump administration, we will be saying those very famous campaign words, drill, baby, drill, and build, baby, build. And we will be adding at least as much electric capacity as China. We think we're going to catch them and maybe even have something a little bit extra. They're going very rapidly, but so are we. And we'll be doing at least as much, and every company will be given the right to build their own power plant. So when you build, you can build your power plant with it. And you are essentially going to become your own utility. It's a utility to yourselves. And as I said, any excess energy you're going to sell back to the grid and make plenty of money doing it. As a result of these pro-American policies since my election, we're seeing trillions and trillions of dollars in new investments. So at this moment, we have almost $17 trillion coming into this country. There's never been a period of time like that. And that's in a period of a few months. In a few months, Meta, Amazon, Google, Microsoft are all investing $320 billion or more in data centers and AI infrastructure this year. Those companies are really, they're really going at it, and they're very smart people, very good people. I got to know a lot of them. You know, I didn't like them so much the first term when I was running. I wouldn't say I was thrilled with them, but I've gotten to know them and like them. And I think they got to like me, but I think they got to like my policies maybe much more than me. NVIDIA has committed $500 billion over the next 4 years. Thank you, Jensen. I'm sure that'll be a good investment. If you're doing it, it's good. Thank you very much. It's a great statement. Last week, I was in Pennsylvania as 20 companies announced $92 billion with David McCormick, senator, a great guy from Pennsylvania. $92 billion in energy and data center projects, including what will soon be the largest natural gas power plant anywhere in North America. They're going to town. It's already under construction, the largest in North America by far. For decades, we had leaders who spent their time focused on building up foreign nations. Under the Trump administration, we are going to have leaders who are going to build up our nation. This colossal investment in AI infrastructure and many other industries, for that matter, such as automobiles and so many other things, will also create thousands and thousands of great paying jobs, the kind of jobs we want, including lots of blue collar jobs. And, you know, our numbers are very good right now, but wait till you see these numbers in 2 years from now. It will mean higher wages and more opportunity for millions of energy workers, HVAC technicians, engineers, electricians, and the hardworking citizens who make our country run. These are great people that make our country actually run. To ensure America maintains the world-class infrastructure we need to win today, I will sign a sweeping executive order to fast-track federal permitting, streamline reviews, and do everything possible to expedite construction of all major AI infrastructure projects. And this will be done. You will get so good a service in so many ways, not only from Lee with the environment, but you need many other types of permits, and you're going to go so fast. You're going to say, well, wait a minute, this is too fast. I didn't expect to go this quickly. This is a problem. I may cause a problem in opposite, but including factories, data centers, and power plants of all kinds, the United States will have total industrial and technological supremacy. The second pillar of our action plan for AI dominance is to get the entire world running on the backbone of American technology. And I think that's very much happening right now. And I think it's going to happen. The last administration was obsessed with imposing restrictions on AI, including extreme restrictions on its exports. As you know, they made it very difficult to export. This alienated American partners and drove even our friends into the arms of China and other countries. That's why upon taking office, I repealed the so-called Biden diffusion rule. Can you imagine that? That crippled American AI exports, the Biden diffusion rule. I wonder who came up with that name, because he has no idea what it is. He had no idea what it was. He came up with a rule. I wonder who drew that one. I wonder, was that signed by the AutoPen, I think, because they went to him and said, we're going to do a diffusion rule. Mr. President, what? It's okay. The AutoPen will take care of it. It's one of the greatest scandals in the history of our country. Let me tell you, under my administration, we will maintain necessary protections for our national security, but we will never forget that the greatest threat of all is to forfeit the race and force our partners into rival technology. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. Okay? Not going to let that happen. That could be the end. When I traveled to the Middle East in May, every leader I met was thrilled to do business with American tech firms and with America, and they were all thrilled to meet me, believe it or not. It's hard to believe, isn't it? But they were. By the way, most powerful woman in the world is here today. Susie Wiles, stand up, please. Susie Wiles, Chief of Staff. She can take out a country with a mere phone call. No, they just voted her the most powerful woman anywhere in the world. She might be the most powerful person in the world, I think. But she's done hasn't she done a good job, though, huh? Good. But we're going to come home with trillions and trillions of dollars in deals, and that's the way it is. But the King of Saudi Arabia, I met three great leaders. I went to three countries predominantly. King of Saudi Arabia said, and I can say that Qatar and UAE, the leaders, brilliant guys, great people, they said the same thing. They said, you know what? That 1 year ago, your country was dead. It was a dead country. They were looking at China. They were looking at other places, but you had a dead country. And today, Mr. President, you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. They said that, and they meant it so strongly. And when I went to NATO 2 weeks ago, where we made the deal where they pay 5% instead of 2%, they said the same exact thing. They said, boy, I tell you what a difference it is. It's a year ago, you people were dead. We didn't think you were going to make it as a country. Today, you're the hottest country in the world. They all said it. All those leaders said it, 30 of them. So today, I'm signing another major executive order that will turn America into an AI export powerhouse. Under this order, Secretary Lutnick and Secretary Marco Rubio's doing a great job as Secretary of State, will work to rapidly expand American AI exports of all kinds, from chips to software to data storage of all kinds. And that's very important. That's going to give you the freedom to do what you want to do. And third, once and for all, we are getting rid of woke. Is that okay? Because I know you had to hire all woke people. I heard you had to hire all woke people under some of these things. How about the chips, where they give you the chip nonsense, where they give you billions of dollars if you only build a chip company? These people have plenty of money. They don't need the money. They need the permits. They need the rights to do it. They don't want to pay tariffs, so they come and they build here. That's why they're coming here. Number one, they like me, but they like not having to pay tariffs even more. And they're coming. But Biden gave billions of dollars to companies that have nothing but cash. And they don't say where to build. It's just give them money. But here's the problem. They have to hire lots of woke people. And they say woke isn't for this particular industry. We've noticed that. They're not for a lot of industries, if you want to know the truth. So the guidelines were impossible. They're going to give you money, but you got to hire this and this and this and that. And I don't want to get into it too much because I don't want any controversy today. But You have to hire a lot of people that were not into this particular world that you're in. And so therefore, all the money they gave didn't mean a damn thing. One of Biden's worst executive orders established toxic diversity, equity, and inclusion ideology as a guiding principle of American AI development. So you immediately knew that was the end of your development. But the American people do not want woke Marxist lunacy in the AI models, and neither do other countries. They don't want it. They don't want anything to do with it. That's why on day one, I very proudly terminated Joe Biden's order on woke AI effective immediately. You don't have any of those crazy rules. Crazy rules. And in just a moment, I will be signing an order banning the federal government from procuring AI technology that has been infused with partisan bias or ideological agendas such as critical race theory, which is ridiculous. And from now on, the U.S. government will deal only with AI that pursues truth, fairness, and strict impartiality. We're not going to go through the craziness that we've gone through for the last 4 years. And then we skip 4, and then you go back, and it started then. But it hung around a little while. Now it's not hanging around at all. Now it's actually very uncool, as somebody told me the other day. It's so uncool to be woke. I encourage all American companies to join us in rejecting poisonous Marxism in our technology. It'll be very interesting to see what's happening in New York, because they're actually thinking about electing a communist in New York. They like to call him a socialist. He's not a socialist. He's a communist. But don't worry, you're going to be okay. He still has to get his money from the White House, and that's not going to happen until he shapes up. But as an example, we are not going to allow men to play in women's sports. That's an example. That's one. And they say that's an 80-20 number. They say 80% would be against it. No, it's not 80-20. It's about 97-3. And I don't know who the 3 are. I've never seen anybody. I've never had a person. I've seen everybody. I'm a very open person. They come up to me and they talk to me. I've never had anybody come up, sir, you have to let men play in women's sports. I've never had it. I deal with hundreds of thousands of people. Every time I talk to somebody, they talk about AI, they talk about everything, but they've never said, you got to allow, this is ridiculous. Men should be allowed to play in women's sports. It's sort of crazy, isn't it, huh? You have to see, did you see the race? It was a race, a long distance marathon, one of those all day deals. And we had one of the great female runners and we had one of the great male runners. And at the end of the day, he won the race by 5 hours and 14 seconds. They waited around for the really good athlete female. It's very demeaning to women, I want to tell you that, but they waited, her parents were waiting for hours. Somebody said, why don't you go back to the hotel and sleep for a few hours and come back and meet your daughter? This is what they do. You got to see the weightlifting records, they're the best of all. A woman lifted 212 pounds. It was a world record. It held for 18 years. And now a man who transitioned came up and looked at the bar. How much is it? 212 pounds. Oh, let me try it. Bing, bong. I think he broke the record by 109 pounds. It's going to be a long time. It's going to be a long time before a woman catches that. And these are great athletes and great people, and it's demeaning. And who the hell wants this? We're off of that whole standard, because I just tell you those as examples. We're off of it. The reason the last administration was so eager to regulate and restrict AI was so they could limit this technology to just a few large companies, allowing them to centralize it, censor it, control it, weaponize it. And they would weaponize a very dishonest group of people. You probably saw that because we caught them in the act. We really caught them. We had it before, but now we really have them. We have it where it counts. But this is the exact opposite of my approach. The unique strength of the American tech industry has always come from its startups and small tech. It comes through small. Jensen was small. Were you ever small? I think so. When you started in your bedroom, I think you were small, right? He started as very small, and now he's really become very amazing. If you regulate them too much, you kill the source of American genius and technological power. I believe that. Joe Biden had a plan to lose the AI race. I think he wanted to lose it because his plan would never have worked. It would have never been successful. You would have spent a lot of money and you wouldn't have been able to win. They didn't allow you to win, but we have a plan which only admires and respects the winners. Every citizen should take incredible pride in the inspiring feats of American innovators who are pushing the bounds of human knowledge and achievement. The people of OpenAI, Google, Meta, and countless startups are proving once again that America is impossible. You are just impossible to beat. You're not going to be beaten. We're not going to let that happen. When you do your best, when you work your hardest, and when you're allowed to be free of horrible, foolish regulation. And you're going to have regulation, but it's going to be sensible, smart regulation. There's nobody who's going to beat you. As we push even further into this exciting frontier, let us never forget that all of this prosperity and progress has come from the culture of freedom and hard work, merit, ambition, and risk-taking passed down from one generation of Americans to the next. Silicon Valley rose to wealth, fame, and glory by exemplifying these values, and it will win this race not by rejecting them, but by embracing them like they have never been embraced before. We must put America first. This is a nation that invented the light bulb, the telegraph, the television, the telephone, the computer chip, the smartphone, the GPS, the integrated circuit, and even the internet. Basically, we invented everything. What is left? We invented everything. And now it's AI. We invented everything. Does anyone have anything else to say? And now we're going to take it to a new level. But Americans were the first to fly a plane, first to harness the atom, and first to plant our flag on the moon. We mastered the industrial age. We created the digital age. And now we are leading the world into the golden age, indeed, the golden age of America. With your help, that golden age will be built by American workers. It will be powered by American energy. It will be run on American technology, improved by American artificial intelligence, and it will make America richer, stronger, greater, freer, and more powerful than ever before. And I will now do my share by going and signing a name without an auto pen. I will sign it. If we had one, I wouldn't use it anyway, but we will sign it auto pen free, and we will say, Donald J. Trump, God bless America, and God bless you, and good luck, because the race has just begun, and you're going to win it. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, just listening in there as President Trump ramping up this forum there in Washington, D.C., talking about the AI action plan, extended speech as he's going to sign some of those executive orders right now as they will kind of announce them as we go. This is similar to what we've seen in the White House. Let's listen back in here on Live Now from Vox.
Relates to federal permitting for data center infrastructure. As you mentioned during your speech, this is a crucial issue affecting the entire AI industry. What this executive order will do is establish fast-track permitting and ensure that the federal government is working to get data centers approved and through the permitting pipeline as quickly as possible.
Okay.
As you said before, sir, it's absolutely essential that American AI models and the American AI industry dominates the future of this industry around the world. What this next executive order will do is promote through various instrumentalities of the federal government the export abroad of American AI models to ensure American AI dominance in the future.
Okay.
And lastly, sir, as you said in your speech, we don't want woke AI. We want AI models based on accurate information that give accurate information and accurate answers. This executive order will ensure that when the federal government procures or promotes different AI models, that those AI models are ideologically neutral, that they don't embrace wokeism and critical race theory and all of these terrible theories that have done so much damage to our country.
Thank you very much. Thank you, my friend.
All right, let's turn now to discovery not just out of this world, but out of the solar system. Astronomers are trying to gather information about a comet passing Earth, first discovered on July 1st near Jupiter, with scientists not knowing where it came. All right, let's turn now to a discovery not just out of this world, but out of the solar system. Astronomers are trying to gather information about a comet passing Earth, first discovered on July 1st near Jupiter, with scientists not knowing where it came from. Now, eventually, they figured out this object, now named 3I Atlas, was an interstellar visitor. Astronomers in Hawaii have captured the first close-up image.
The third one was discovered on July 1st, 2025, this year, just a few weeks ago. There is a new interstellar object, at least a candidate at that time. That was just the night over which it was realized by a few amateur astronomers that indeed the Atlas survey, that's a telescope of 0.5 meter, which by coincidence discovered the third interstellar object, 3I Atlas. The reason I said you should take a vacation before October 29th is if it happens not to be a comet. So if we don't see a cometary tail, that would be really intriguing. Irrespective of the trajectory, just the fact that it's a 20-kilometer object, it cannot be, there is not enough mass in rocks in interstellar space to give you a 20-kilometer object every decade. And what I'm saying is by orders of magnitude, I'm not talking about a factor of 2, orders of magnitude, several orders of magnitude off. The numbers just don't match. So if it's not a comet, it's really strange, and we should be worried about it being technological.
A mystery interstellar object spotted by astronomers last week could be the oldest comet ever seen, according to scientists. It's only the third time they've detected an object that's come from beyond our solar system.
This is the first we saw of it, a mysterious interstellar object. It is only the third time we have detected an object that has come from beyond our solar system. As far away as the planet Jupiter, 3I Atlas was discovered last week, and astronomers raced to identify it. Now they think they have.
This means that 3I is almost certainly the oldest comet we have ever seen, by about 4 billion years.
Scientists from Oxford University presented their findings today at the Royal Astronomical Society meeting in Durham.
The discovery is really exciting. I've just finished my PhD, where I spent 4 years predicting what the population of interstellar objects is going to look like. And for the first time in that time, we have new data to apply these predictions to and make comparisons and do some really interesting science with. So it's absolutely fantastic. Our range says that it's probably older than kind of 7 or 8 billion years. The sun and the solar system and the Earth only formed about 4.5 billion years ago. So it could easily be twice as old as the planet we're stood on, the sun that's shining on me now, and every single other comet that we've seen so far.
What's the significance of an object like this entering our solar system?
Well, these are really exciting. This is only the third one ever discovered. And what these are, they're leftovers from the process of building planets and stars in another solar system. And this is the only way we're ever going to get a close-up sample to study, even briefly, as it passes through our solar system. The important thing is we'd like to see if planet building process is the same elsewhere, because that has implications for life elsewhere.
So close-up is a relative term because by most standards, it's pretty far, maybe not by astronomical standards, and it's only been a short period of time since it was detected. Have we learned anything so far about this comet?
Certainly, of course, we're still in the mad scramble to get telescope time to take the observations and analyze them. but we know that it's relatively big compared to the other two. The other two were kilometer scale or so. This one could be as large as maybe 20 kilometers in diameter, but that's an upper limit. It's red, meaning it's probably covered in organic materials like comets are. We haven't seen any signature that it's spinning yet, but there's a lot of dust coming off of this. So what we're hoping for as it gets closer to the sun is to really understand the chemistry to see if it's different from other star systems.
The team think the comet originated here in the Milky Way from a place called the Thick Disk, full of ancient stars. Its orbit seen here in red dotted lines. When it approaches the sun later this year, 3I Atlas could leave a tail of blazing dust visible from Earth. Before this, only 2 interstellar objects had ever been seen. Now, with the newest telescope, Vera Rubin in Chile, starting an immense celestial survey, we could find many more of these remarkable visitors. Georgina Ranard, BBC News.
Now, as insane as it may sound, it looks like a Harvard paper by social science researchers raised some pretty far out there possibilities that could explain the whole UAP stuff that I have become very obsessed with. They're posing 4 possibilities, like maybe crypto-terrestrials or like this secret advanced civilization that's been hiding somewhere here on Earth, or even maybe the moon where we can't see them, or maybe humans from the future are visiting us, or maybe like magical beings like fairies or angels are real. Now, has this paper been peer-reviewed? No. Looks like the original link doesn't work anymore either, but those headlines traveled the world anyway. So what the heck is going on? Well, we are lucky enough to be joined by the one and only Harvard academic and astrophysicist who we've been talking to about UAP issues for years, Harvard University professor of science and astronomy, Avi Loeb. Professor, thanks so much for being with us. And as soon as I saw the headlines on this paper, I ran to this paper, I scanned, I did not see your name attached there. So I do have to say, though, whether you had anything to do with this or not, you have been, in my eyes, one of the first academics, Ivy League academics, that has taken the idea of extraterrestrials very seriously and discussed it. I'm not sure what kind of Pandora's box you opened, but when it comes to this paper, I got to ask, what do you think about your peers, what they're writing over at Harvard there?
Well, thanks for having me. Indeed, I think that it's arrogant of us to think that we are the only ones out there. There might be a much more advanced civilization. It's very easy to come up with ideas, much more difficult to come up with materials from interstellar space. So I'm actually pursuing the latter.
I'm glad you brought that up, because the last time we checked in with you, I think you had just gotten back from an ocean expedition in the middle of the Pacific, I believe, or in the middle of the ocean, looking for like the tiniest little fragments of what you thought might be an interstellar probe, or a probe from, another civilization potentially. Like, what's the latest with the material evidence there?
This object was discovered as a meteor. It exploded over the Pacific Ocean. The fireball that released a few percent of the Hiroshima atomic bomb energy was detected by sensors aboard the US government satellites, and they pinpointed the location. Based on that region that the Department of Defense provided us with, we went there and we put a sled with magnets on the ocean floor, going back and forth 26 times, and we collected spherules. These are molten droplets from the explosion of a meteor, and 10% of those showed a chemical composition that was never reported before in the scientific literature, does not resemble what we find on Earth, Mars, the Moon, or any other solar system material that we are familiar with. And so our inclination is that it came from outside the solar system. The evidence that the meteor itself came from outside the solar system was that it was moving faster than 95% of the stars outside the solar system. It was very fast. And moreover, it disintegrated only in the lower atmosphere. So it was tougher than all meteors previously reported by NASA. And therefore, we are presently planning another expedition to find bigger fragments, bigger pieces among the wreckage of this meteor and figure out whether it was natural or artificial.
I'd like you to meet somebody.
How do you do? It's a man, baby. Yeah, yeah. Come on. Why won't this wig come off?
If that is a woman, it does look like she was beaten with an ugly stick.
What's up, guys? Benny. There's an old famous Shakespearean line that goes like this: "The woman doth protest too much." And it's famous because it's true. When women or men protest too much and behave in erratic and irrational ways to certain subjects, it seems like they're hiding something. Sort of gives away their hand. When they're violent on camera, like the First Lady of France, Brigitte, here with Emmanuel, it seems like there's something bad going on behind the scenes. It seems like they're protesting way too much. By the way, this isn't the only time that Brigitte has openly insulted her schoolboy husband on the national stage. Here they are meeting with the British royal family. This is something very important, obviously, England and France, and she refuses to take her husband's hand. Angry and violent and bitter because she's lost in court a major defamation case. 2 independent journalists in France have been cleared entirely of the defamation charges by claiming Brigitte Macron was a man. She sued him, which is a crazy thing to do, right? In a country that allegedly has free speech. Why do you even care? People call me names 100,000 times a second on the internet. It just is what it is when you got a platform. Lady, you're rich. You married one of your students that you met when he was 13, you creep. Whatever the hell's going on there, everybody has every right when you're flying around on the taxpayer dime and when you get to live in palaces, when you've risen to that station, everybody has a right to question you, no matter what they're questioning. They have a right to say whatever they want. Why would you sue them over it? Anyway, in good news, 2 women convicted of defaming French President, First Lady Brigitte Macron, saying she was born a man, were sensationally cleared on appeal. They can walk free and clear. The judge says they have every right to question this. It's a good faith question. Yikes. Goodness gracious. Apparently, this has driven Brigitte Macron into despair and caused her to have a mental breakdown. Judge's rulings on claims she was born a man has unleashed an army of trolls and conspiracy theorists. Well, you know, you could put the conspiracy theory to bed very quickly. You know what they say about DNA results, right? Court of Appeals acquitted journalists who claim that the First Lady of France is a man. So is Brigitte a man? I mean, I don't know. What's your reaction to this? Well, her reaction is to countersue and take her claim the highest elitist court in all of Paris. The lady doth protest too much, right? Brigitte is now planning to counterclaim. And Candace Owens, who's been doing an enormous amount of journalism on the subject, in a question, we have no idea how weird this story gets. Candace Owens says, oh, I have an idea. Candace Owens has done an entire series. Here, this video has been seen by 4 million people. Becoming Brigitte, an introduction. It's a 40-minute deep dive into the reporting about Brigitte, where she comes from, and really breaking down all of the various entries. I encourage you to watch it. Okay, I don't claim to be the expert on this topic. I encourage you to watch it. I find this debate absolutely fascinating. Brigitte Macron, of course, a titular character and a very creepy individual. Here's what I absolutely know as a matter of fact, that Brigitte Macron met Emmanuel Macron when he was a teeny little boy, even in France, well below the age of consent, and ended up marrying somebody who's 30 years or younger. That seems predatory to me. And to, well, everybody who's been watching. It's been very creepy. Anyway, Candace has done an enormous amount of work on this. I encourage you to watch it. Check out her journalism. Somebody who doesn't encourage you to watch it is Brigitte Macron, who's just sued Candace Owens. Breaking, Emmanuel and Brigitte Macron, the president, First Lady of France, are suing Candace Owens for defamation, among other claims. It's an extraordinary and unprecedented step for a head of state to take against a citizen of another country, a free country, our country. But Ms. Macron has told friends that these allegations, which have spread across the globe, have traumatized her. And here's the full complaint. So I guess this is happening. Is this even allowed? Are you allowed to sue American commentators, pundits, journalists because of what they say about you when you're a foreign head of state? This seems like an insane precedent and a dangerous one. She's already lost in France against French citizens for claiming that she's a man. And here is the paperwork. So this is real, by the way. You can see here, goodness gracious, look at this. Look at this. This is wild. Okay, so I'm just scrolling through it here for the first time because this news just broke. How many pages? 219 pages? 219 pages? This is the definition of the lady doth protest too much, but let's just go ahead and read the opening line here, shall we? In March 2024, Candace Owens, a right-wing podcaster, really? Okay, got it. You see how they're trying to frame it here? Okay, got it. They're suing her companies as well. Told the world that she would stake her entire professional reputation on Brigitte Macron being in fact a man. Since then, Owens has used false statements to promote her independent platform, gain notoriety, and make money. Owens discarded all credible evidence disproving her claim in favor of platforming known conspiracy theorists and proven defamers. And rather than engage with President and Ms. Macron's attempts to set the record straight, Owens mocked them and used them for additional fodder for her frenzied fan base. Owens did not stop there, retaliating against the Macrons for the audacity of sending a retraction demand. Owens helmed an 8-part podcast series, says Becoming Brigitte series, and accompanying X-Post. Throughout the series, Owens and her entities endorsed, repeated, and published a series of verifiably false and devastating lies about the Macrons to which the complaint is based. These outlandish, defamatory, and far-fetched fictions included that Miss Macron was born a man, stole another person's identity, transitioned to become Brigitte Macron. President Macron are blood relatives committing incest. President Macron was chosen to be president of France by a CIA-operated MK-Ultra program or a similar mind control program. And that Ms. Macron and President Macron are committing forgery, fraud, abuses of power to conceal these secrets. Well, are you? I don't know. Would click. You know what I mean? Like would click. I, again, implore you to go and read the full thing. I mean, fine. Just go. Let's have it all out, right? This document, which is 219 pages long, demands a jury trial. Wow. Plaintiffs respectfully request that the court enter a judgment in the plaintiff's favor against defendants, awarding the Macrons actual and presumed damages, awarding the Macrons punitive or exemplary damages, awarding the Macrons all cost disbursements and fees, and interest, such as additional remedies the court may deem appropriate. This is this is a really remarkable document to bring against Candace Owens when you've lost in your own country. You know, these are French courts, right, that have brought, and they have Candace Owens' tweets here. These are French courts that have thrown out these defamation cases from French nationals against Brigitte Macron. And they're going to try and come and litigate inside of a American court now? Whoa. And they have Candace Owens's, they have photos and screenshots here of Candace Owens. I mean, what Candace isn't allowed to share a meme? Dude, this is wild. It's utterly and totally censorious, and it seems crazy. It looks like they have photos here and so on. But this is absolutely, the woman doth protest too much. In the Superior Court of the state of Delaware, they're filing this. So why Delaware? Is that where their businesses are? They'd have to be, right? You'd have to have some type of standing. You have to have standing to file cases like this. So there has to be some type of connection to Delaware. Don't have any connection to Delaware. Let me tell you what. I don't know. Will a court of Delaware, these are the same people that allowed for, listen, these are the same people that allowed for Elon to get sued by his own shareholders. So I have no faith in the courts of Delaware. Brigitte Emmanuel Macron launched a defamation case against U.S. podcaster. I've never seen anything like this. This is crazy. Just crazy. Owens attacks Macron in a now deleted YouTube video posted on March of propagating a false claim that she is a biological man. This is wild. Ms. Macron said in a statement, because Ms. Owens systematically reaffirmed these falsehoods in response to each of our attorneys' repeated requests for a retraction, we ultimately concluded that referring the matter to a court of law was the only remaining avenue for a remedy. Ms. Owens' campaign of defamation was widely designed to harass and cause pain to our families and to garner attention and notoriety. They have sent, here's Candace Owens' own website, Candace Owens, latest Macron letter. They have sent her letters, right, demanding retractions and stuff. You can read it for yourself, and I encourage you to do so. There's only one way to find out the truth. I mean, are they going to now litigate this? Oh, goodness. Tim Pool. Candace Owens is sued by Macron's for saying wife is a man. The Macrons are suing Candace Owens for defamation. This is one court case that I will not be following because I don't want to witness what comes up in discovery. Okay. Well, yeah, I guess there's one way to prove your innocence here. I'm going to have to ask some legal experts on this. I'm not a lawyer, but I can tell you this. That dog don't hunt. In America, you have a right to journalistic inquiry. Now, I guess you're going to have to prove standing and damages, and you're going to have to prove malice. It's very hard to do that in defamation cases. You have to be knowingly publishing false information and consistently doing it, and you have to prove malice. So we'll see. But I've never seen anything like it that has had a state. My takeaway on this, my final takeaway on this is, if you are flying around on a jet paid for by the French people, living in palaces, and you are a world leader, and you are privileged, and you are at the top of the possible elite class on planet Earth, you must understand that what goes to the territory there is people are going to say insane things about you. You can just be like on Facebook and someone will say insane things about you. You can be somebody from Iowa, Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and you're a farmer and you're mowing your lawn and somebody will take a photo of you and saying something insane. That's just what it is. That's just the world we live in. And if you're rich and wealthy and entitled and privileged and manipulated your way to become one of the most powerful leaders on earth, well, expect hate. I mean, that's just the reality of life. So it seems incredibly thin-skinned, and it seems like the lady doth protest too much to me. Okay, what do you think? Let me know in the comment section. It's your opinion. See
I'm back. Oh my goodness. Took a little break. Had to get a little late night snack. I had a craving. So got my little snack. I ate it already. Now I'm rolling some medicine. Cause when you snack, you want to smack yourself a little bit more with some medicine. So that's what I'm doing right now. Getting it all grinded up in here. How do you guys like the show? I thought it was pretty good. I was listening to it on the drive. I was listening to what Trump was saying and all the stuff. I mean, it was pretty good. It took I'm glad he spoke a lot because, man, that was like almost an hour him speaking. He gave me enough time to go and grab something to eat and come back and almost had time to roll up a joint. Then we saw Benny Johnson and we saw a couple other shows, and I got one last show for tonight, and it's gonna be Tyson De La Cruz. Let me just double check real quick. If there's anything else that has popped up since I left, something might have came out. Okay, Sanctuary City shut down. When you did that? An hour ago? Okay, so I don't have that one. So let's go ahead and set it up. Set it up. So it's like you're going to have two. I have two of Tyson De La Cruz to end the show. I think that'd be I think this will be good enough. Yeah, I'm just checking real quick what's going on in the news. I'm going through a couple of sites real quick. Okay. Let's see, Trump won a witch hunt. Alice Older, nothing new. Anything popping? I don't see nothing. Okay. Okay. All right. There's nothing. Everything looks peaceful for at least for tonight. You got some crazy stories, but that's every night. Let's just go to Tyson. We're gonna set this one up first. We'll set this one up first. The Sanctuary City shutdown begins. That's one of his. And let me see. No, it's where is it? Where is it? Here it is. This is the one we wanted to watch. I'm going to start it from the beginning because this is the one I cut him off because I had to leave. So let's come on to this one and set up the show. So the last two is going to be Tyson De La Cruz. So would you like to watch and enjoy?
Outer space shows sewage flowing off of the South Imperial Beach.
Ew, that's nasty.
America, California beaches are drowning in raw sewage, and it's not Mexico's fault. It's Gavin Newsom's. A bombshell investigation reveals that Newsom signed a bill, SB 507, in 2020 that led to a 480% increase in raw sewage flow from Mexico, resulting in over 22 billion gallons of contaminated water annually flooding San Diego beaches. We're talking about 3-year beach closures, bacteria levels so high they're off the charts, and residents who can smell the sewage from 10 minutes away. But here's the kicker. While Gavin Newsom allocated $15 million in state funding supposedly to fix the problem, his policies actually made it exponentially worse.
14.5 billion gallons of raw sewage flowing from Mexico here into California, continuing to contaminate waters of local communities, including here in Imperial Beach.
What is up, guys? Tyson De La Cruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. This is California Democrat leadership in a nutshell. Create a massive environmental disaster through terrible policy decisions, then blame everyone else while tourists flee and local economies collapse. San Diego County Supervisor Jim Desmond is finally telling the truth about this sewage catastrophe. Let me break down how Gavin Newsom created this environmental nightmare. In 2020, Newsom signed a bill, SB 507, which according to the Change.org petition led to a staggering 480% increase in raw sewage flow into the U.S. from Mexico. We went from a manageable sewage issue to 22 billion gallons of raw sewage annually flooding San Diego beaches. San Diego County Supervisor Jim Desmond explained the scope of this crisis.
Every day, there's about 5 million gallons of raw sewage comes across the border into our country, onto our beaches.
Think about that, 5 million gallons of raw sewage every single day flowing into California beaches. That's not a natural disaster. That's a policy-created disaster. Newsom allocated $15 million in state funds to the Tijuana River Valley in that same bill. But his policy changes made the problem exponentially worse. The result, long-term beach closures in San Diego, a tourism industry in crisis, and residents who can't even open their window because the sewage stench.
We need the support of our governor and our president. I cannot re-emphasize that enough.
This is what happens when you elect environmental extremists who care more about virtue signaling than actual results. The health impact of Governor Gavin Newsom's sewage disaster is absolutely staggering. 10 San Diego beaches are now under advisory due to the heightened bacteria levels, with some areas showing bacteria levels so high they're literally off the state health standard charts.
The beach advisories
were announced earlier today, and officials warned of high levels of domoic acid. That's a toxin found in shellfish in San Diego County. Experts tell us the toxin can be dangerous to people if you eat contaminated shellfish.
Health officials are warning people not to collect or eat any shellfish like oysters, mussels, or clams, and cooking them won't destroy the toxin. Lori Hemfrey, who grew up in Imperial Beach, described the devastating change. I can smell it from my house, and I live 10 minutes away. She now wears shoes on the sand and says the beautiful beaches that she grew up on are absolutely gone.
I can smell it at my house, and I live 10 minutes, and that's how far the smell is really bad.
She wears shoes on the sand to protect her feet. She says it's an issue that should be easy to solve.
The Imperial Beach coastline near the Tijuana River has been closed with only intermediate openings for the past 1,000 days. That's nearly 3 years of continuous beach closures because of Newsom's policy disaster. San Diego County Supervisor Jim Desmond explained how this sewage crisis is destroying the local economy. We're a tourist community, he says. We attract tourism here, and we have more beaches now that just had advisories coming out yesterday. More beaches north of San Diego County are under advisory.
That this is a tragic environmental and public health disaster that no other community, not just in the United States, but in the Western Hemisphere, is dealing with. We know it's the most polluted beach in America. We know it's one of the top 10 most polluted rivers in the entire nation. And now it's visible from space.
The economic impact is absolutely devastating. Hotels, restaurants, beach equipment rentals, and countless other businesses are dependent on beach tourism are losing millions of dollars because of Newsom's policies created a sewage swamp where there used to be a pristine beach. Supervisor Desmond didn't hold back. We've got to put the pressure on Mexico. We've got to make it their problem, not ours.
And it's just really gotten nastier 2 or 3 years. And we've got to stop Mexico. We've got to put sanctions, tariffs, treaties, whatever we have to do. We have to make this Mexico's problem because it's not their problem now. They flush it and we end up with it.
But the real problem isn't Mexico. It's Newsom's policies that created a 480% increase in sewage flow. A new federal CDC survey reveals that the devastating impact on South Beach communities, 97% of residents surveyed are concerned about the air quality related to the sewage crisis. 2/3 say they believe the area isn't safe to visit, work, or live in.
The study carried out by the CDC finds that 97% of those surveyed are concerned about air quality related to the sewage crisis, and 4 out of 5 have changed their lifestyle in some way due to the sewage.
4 out of 5 residents have changed their lifestyle in some way due to the sewage. Angelina and Javier Hernandez have lived in Imperial Beach for 10 years, are questioning whether they should stay or leave, especially if they're going to start a family.
There's been a couple of times where I just wake up in the middle of the night, have to close the window and turn on the air purifier on full blast sometimes. It does bother you and wake you up.
The survey also found that more than 60% of parents say their children miss school because of symptoms they believe were connected to the sewage crisis. 64% of residents report new or worsening health symptoms like headaches, congestions, or coughs. Finally, we have a president who's taking this crisis seriously. President Trump talked about the sewage crisis from Air Force One, becoming the first sitting president to ever mention this environmental disaster.
The Pacific Ocean's not looking too good on many occasions. Sometimes it stops and sometimes it breaks. And when it breaks, very bad and disgusting things happen.
Finally, a president who acknowledged this environmental catastrophe. EPA Director Lee Zeldin is scheduled to visit the Tijuana River in this coming weeks, showing the Trump administration is taking action where the previous administration ignored the problem.
Supervisor Desmond says EPA Director Lee Zeldin will visit the Tijuana River in the next week or two.
Tomorrow, there will be a press conference featuring several leaders in the South Bay. Well, they will be calling for a resolution to end the sewage crisis.
Supervisor Desmond is pushing for sanctions, tariffs, and treaties to force Mexico to address the sewage flow. But the real solution is reversing Newsom's disastrous SB 507 that created this 480% increase in the first place. America, this raw sewage crisis isn't a natural disaster or Mexico's fault. It's a direct result of Governor Gavin Newsom's failed environmental policy. policies. SB 507 created a 580% increase in raw sewage flow, turning San Diego pristine beaches into a contaminated wasteland. 22 billion gallons of raw sewage annually, 5 million gallons daily, beaches closed for nearly 3 years, bacteria levels off the charts, and residents who can't open their windows because of the stench. This is what happens when you elect environmental extremists who care more about ideology than results. The CDC survey showing 90% of residents are concerned about the air quality and 2/3 believing the area isn't safe proves this is a public health emergency created by California's Democrat leadership. While Newsom allocated $15 million supposedly to fix the problem, his policy changes made it exponentially worse. That's like setting your house on fire, then bragging about calling the fire department. President Trump is the first president to even acknowledge this crisis, and the EPA director Zeldin is finally visiting to see the damage firsthand. This is what happens when you have leadership who cares more about results instead of virtue signaling. I'll keep tracking California's environmental disaster and the Trump administration's efforts to clean up this mess. And remember, this is what happens when you elect Democrats who care more about ideology than protecting public health. Let me know what you guys think about this. Drop it down in the comment section down below. Smash the like button if you kindly would. Share, subscribe, and as always, guys, I'll catch you on the next one.
Yes, you'll catch you on the next one, and I got a next one here. So let's make it nice and big, and let's watch.
Louisville will no longer be a sanctuary city.
Mayor Craig Greenberg announcing a major change to how the city handles immigration holds at its jail.
America, we just witnessed the first major crack in sanctuary city resistance. Louisville, Kentucky just threw in the towel and dropped their sanctuary city status after getting a strong worded letter from Attorney General Pam Bondi. Mayor Craig Greenberg basically admitted he was more afraid of losing federal funding than protecting criminal illegal immigrants. But here's the kicker. Louisville was literally the only city in Kentucky still protecting criminals from ICE. Every other city in the state was already cooperating with federal law enforcement.
Now, the jail will begin starting that 48-hour notice to the feds before releasing those undocumented inmates.
What is up, guys? Tyson Dela Cruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. This is exactly what we voted for. No more safe havens for criminals, no more games, and no more treating our immigration law like suggestions. The domino effect has officially begun. Let me break down what just happened in Louisville. After years of refusing to cooperate with ICE, Mayor Greenberg got a letter from the DOJ saying his city was violating federal law. And faster than you can say federal funding, Louisville completely folded.
I've been assured by the United States Department of Justice that if we reinstate the 48-hour detainers for inmates who've been arrested for crimes, Louisville will be taken off the federal sanctuary city list.
You notice how he says, I've been assured? Like he's negotiating some kind of business deal instead of talking about public safety. This guy was so desperate to get off Trump's naughty list that he threw his entire sanctuary policy under the bus.
As your mayor, I'm committed to supporting our immigrant community. I am also committed to improving public safety and protecting our entire community.
Oh, now you're committed to public safety. Where was this commitment when you were protecting criminals from deportation? This is the classic Democrat two-step. They only care about public safety when their federal funding is on the line.
Mayor Greenberg says the goal is to focus on serious offenders, not everyday residents, and protect immigrant communities from large-scale ICE raids.
Here's what drives me absolutely crazy about this logic. They act like ICE was just randomly grabbing people off the streets. These are people who have been arrested for crimes and are sitting in jail. We're not talking about law-abiding immigrants. We're talking about criminals who shouldn't even be here in the first place. So what really changed Greenberg's mind? Was it a sudden concern for public safety? Or was it a newfound respect for federal law? Nope. It was cold, hard cash.
Greenberg said he received a letter from the U.S. Attorney General's office last month saying the city was violating federal law. That's what landed Louisville on the Trump administration's list of sanctuary cities published in June.
Louisville was facing a loss of hundreds of millions of dollars in federal funding, and suddenly protecting criminal illegal immigrants doesn't seem so important anymore, does it? It's amazing how quickly these Democrat mayors find their moral compass when their budgets are threatened. Attorney General Pam Bondi didn't waste any time taking a victory lap either. She posted on social media, "Follow the law, get rid of sanctuary policies, and work with us to fix the immigration crisis."
A win for the Trump administration, as AG Pam Bondi pointed out on X just before the mayor's comments, saying in part, "Follow the law, get rid of sanctuary policies, and work with us to fix the illegal immigration crisis."
And you know what? Good for her. This is exactly the kind of pressure we need to put on these sanctuary cities. You want to protect criminals? Fine, but you're not getting taxpayer money to do it. Let's talk about what sanctuary cities actually do, because the media loves to paint this as some type of humanitarian issue, and it's not. Sanctuary cities are criminal protection rackets, plain and simple. Here's how Louisville's policy worked. When somebody got arrested and they were booked into the jail, Metro Corrections would only give ICE 5 to 12 hours notice before releasing them. That's barely enough time for federal agents to even get to the jail, let alone process the paperwork.
Right now, Metro Corrections provides that notice to DHS about 5 to 12 hours before the inmate is released. Prior to 2017, DHS received 48 hours notice.
But that's changing.
So criminals who shouldn't even be in our country were getting a head start to disappear back into American communities. And Louisville was the only city in Kentucky doing this. Every other city in the state was already giving ICE the full 48 hours to pick up criminal illegal immigrants.
Louisville is dropping its sanctuary city status after pressure from the Department of Justice. In May, Homeland Security listed Louisville as one of 500 cities blocking immigration enforcement.
Think about that. 500 cities across America are actively blocking immigration enforcement. That's 500 cities where criminals who entered our country illegally can commit crimes and then get released back onto the streets instead of being deported. What we're seeing here is the Trump administration's brilliant strategy of using economic pressure to force compliance with federal law, and it's working. Meanwhile, in New York City, they're doubling down on this insanity. Border czar Tom Homan just announced they're going to flood New York City with ICE agents after an off-duty Border Patrol officer was shot by an illegal immigrant in Manhattan.
Yesterday, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and Border czar Tom Homan slammed Mayor Adams and the city council after an off-duty patrol officer was shot by an undocumented migrant in an attempted robbery Saturday night.
So how does Mayor Adams respond? He blames the city council. He says they won't let him change the sanctuary city laws. This is the same guy who's been virtue signaling about protecting illegal immigrants for years. And now he's trying to pass the buck when federal agents are being shot.
We have communicated with the city council. They made it clear they're not willing to change the law. We're doing our job. And now we need the other parts of the criminal justice system to do their job at the same time.
Louisville's encapsulation is just the beginning. When other sanctuary cities see that Louisville chose federal funding over protecting criminals, they're going to start doing the math on their own budgets. Border czar Tom Homan made it clear that sanctuary cities are now a priority. We're going to flood the zone.
We're going to flood the zone. You don't want to let us in the jail to arrest a bad guy in the safety and security of a jail. You want to release him into the street, which makes it unsafe for the community, makes it unsafe for the officer, makes it unsafe for the alien. Anything can happen on a street arrest.
Unlike the Biden administration's catch and release policies, Trump's team is serious about this enforcement. The message to other sanctuary cities is crystal clear. You can either cooperate voluntarily like Louisville did, or you can have your federal funding cut and deal with massive ICE operations in your communities. Either way, the days of protecting criminal illegal immigrants are over. America, Louisville's surrender represents something much bigger than one city changing its policies. It represents the return of law and order to our immigration system. For years, sanctuary cities have operated as criminal protection rackets. allowing people who entered our country illegally to commit crimes and then disappear back into American communities instead of being deported. Louisville was literally giving criminals a head start to escape federal law enforcement. But when faced with the loss of hundreds of millions in federal funding, Mayor Greensburg's principles magically evaporated faster than morning dew. Suddenly, protecting criminals wasn't worth the price tag. This is exactly what the American people voted for in November. We want our immigration laws enforced. We want criminals deported, and we want cities that refuse to cooperate with federal law enforcement to lose their taxpayer funding. Louisville just became the first domino to fall, and I bet you it won't be the last. When other sanctuary cities see that the Trump administration is serious about cutting off the money spigot, they're going to start making the same calculations Louisville did. The era of sanctuary cities protecting criminals is coming to an end, and I got to tell you guys, it's about time. Let me know what you guys think about this. Drop it down in the comments section down below. Smash the like button if you kindly would. Share, subscribe, and as always, guys, I'll catch you on the next one.
Thank you. I hope he's having a good time. I like his videos. I like his reporting. I like his energy. It's a lot of good. I see a lot of potential with him. Like I believe in him. You just know, when you come across people in your life, you know. If you don't know, well, now you know that I'm capable. But no, I just come across people in my path, and if they're special and they're capable, like they have gifts, and I feel like good energy about them, I let them know. He knows he has good energy, good thing going for him for sure. And in the near future, I'll bring him on the show. I'll set something up, and I'll bring Tyson onto the show. It's like get him while the channel's low, because his channel, he has a lot of people. He got a lot of people on his channel. I forgot what number he's at. Let me see. Tyson, where are you at? Let me check. Tyson right now. Let me click on his little picture here. Tyson is at 95.6K. 95.6K. He's doing great. Yeah. Let me show it here. There you go. With my boy Tyson. He's almost close to 100K. Will he reach 100K before the end of the year? Hell yeah. He should be able to. If he stays the course and just stay the course. Stay the course. Keep doing what you're doing. Like, you're doing great. The production is great. The flow is great. Very clean, very clear. Like, I'm giving him a report card from the audience, right? And I'm a friend of his, so I mean, my report actually, has some feeling to it. It's like, damn, my buddy's he's grading me, he's judging me. Hell yeah, I am. I'm improving you. I want you to be better. You are great, but you can be much better. And I know what it is. I just gotta go get it. Something special I gotta go get. But it's a mission. I gotta go on a mission to get it. And yeah, I want him to be very successful. I want him to reach 100,000. like before the end of the year, yes. Before the end of the year, he should be over 100 easy. He should be over 100. He's doing really good. He's pushing. I show his show on my channel, so those that don't know him could take a look at him, take a look at his channel and his reporting, and he's really cool people. He's a cool friend of mine. Yeah, Tyson de la Cruz. But I think it's about that time to go to bed. It's already 12 something at night, and I'm ready to go to bed. Yeah, I think I got everything. Let me see. Is there anything in the tropics to be? Let's see. Let me show the tropics. Let's see the tropics for right now. This is the Puerto Rico's over here. South America's down here. And this is what's out there right now. Well, I would be concerned. This system right here is is hanging together pretty strong. So there may be a heavy rain possibility, flooding rain for these areas. This one has such a little spin right here. I don't know if it's is it me or is the radar playing with me, but I feel like this right here has like a little spin to it, and it looks really healthy. It's very small, but it has some like it feels like it has some kind of formation here. Man, that would suck if that turned into a storm. Dexter is the next one. So yeah, the season is just starting, like really to start. There's already been 4 named storms. Let's see the Eastern Atlantic. Damn, that storm off of Africa. Look at that storm coming off of Africa. Look how huge it is. Look at what's out in the ocean, right? These little ones. These little ones are just like primers. They're hyping up the atmosphere. Like they're there to boost up the humidity and boost up the atmosphere for the future storms that are going to be coming through. This is like a parade before the grand marshal comes in, all the storms. And this helps knock off some of the dry air, and they look pretty healthy. These storms down here look pretty healthy. So it's going to be a wild season. It truly is. It'll be good practice for me to talk about it. Let's see the Atlantic and the Pacific together, because I like to see them together to see how they're acting. Yeah, you got. It's pretty quiet right now. In the Pacific side. And I wonder if just looking up here, the Gulf, it doesn't look anything structurally getting together there. This wave, they better be watching. This one right here. There's another one somewhere around here. I think there's one here and one here, but I think these two are going to merge. And then you got a lot of tropical energy out there. The atmosphere is pretty charged up. It's just like when it's going to like start your engines and boom, and then go through the whole craziness. I don't know. Because the Atlantic, I don't know. The Atlantic looks a little beefy at night. Like, what I'm saying is, like, these storms are holding on. Because usually, they die out at night. Like, some of them, you see how they fade out, like around Cuba, like how they die out. Some of them, like, phase down. And some are, you see how it dies out here? Like, it was red and then went down. So they're, like, dying out. But then you got some down here that are, like, not dying down. And they look pretty strong. This is one big open wave. That's a huge wave. And it looks, I told you, let's see tomorrow how it looks when we wake up. But we'll keep it up in the season, and we'll talk more about the tropics and all that good stuff. Because I like the tropics. Okay, that was the end of the weather of the night. All right, guys, I'm out of here. Thank you again for watching. Truly appreciate it. I took a little break because I had to go and run some errand, but I'm back, and I'm out of here. So have a good morning, good afternoon, good night, and I'll catch you on the flip side. And then we'll see what happens tomorrow. See how I feel, because I haven't been feeling so good when I wake up. So I gotta figure things out. It just really sucks because it's really painful, And right now the pain is under control. It is under control. Like right now, I don't feel that much pain. I don't even feel no pain at all. Look, no pain in my wrist. Maybe a little bit, like right in here. I feel like a little bit of pain, but not the whole hand. Like, that's why it's weird, and it's coming from my neck. It's the nerves. So I don't know if I'm getting nerve damage or what's happening. That's why I need a specialist, and then also a hand specialist too. So it's I don't know. I think I'm becoming Darth Vader. Oh, yeah, no, just not feeling too good. That's all. But I have physical therapy in the morning. Like at 7:30 in the morning. It's 12:40 right now. I have therapy in less than 6 hours and 20 minutes. Well, no, because that'll be 7, but that'll be for me to go to sleep and wake up and get ready and shower and all that stuff. And the place is not far from me. It's only like 10 minutes from my home. So yeah, I'll be okay with sleep. I'm good with like 6 hours sleep. Then I come back after, and then I'll sleep for another like 2 hours, because physical therapy really, it hurts, and they push you and so forth, but they need to do it because my neck is just not cooperating. But that's the end of the show, and yep. Just have a good night, and we'll talk more tomorrow. I don't know what time I'll come on. If you have any suggestions, you can leave in the comments. Because I don't know what time. It all depends how I feel too. Because lately I've been just not waking up feeling good. Like, I've been waking up with more pain, even though right now I don't have pain. I do have a little bit, Not that I did like that. I did feel a little bit here, but like my hand, like I couldn't do this earlier, and now I can. So some areas still hurt, but it's like it's weird how the nerve system, how it when it's damaged, it really fucks with you. It really does. It's so unique. That's for sure. Um, I'm gonna have like I don't know. They're gonna have a bionic hand. They're gonna have to do something with this. I don't know if I ripped a tendon. I don't know if I what's going on here. They were telling me there's like a collection of blood or something that's probably underneath too, and a whole bunch of shit. So I gotta figure this out. I don't know. That's what it is. But I do have physical therapy in the morning at 7:30. So I guess I'm an early bird. I'm an early bird. I'm an early bird. And I might do an early bird show. So we'll see how I feel. Even however I feel, I'm just gonna come on here. This is my confessions of PT, physical therapy. My confessions and what happened and what doctor did we decided on, and you get to pick a number, 1 or 2. Who would you go with, 1 or 2? There's 2 doctors, so leave it in the comments, or yeah, 1 or 2. I can't tell you the names because that's client patient. There's some HIPAA laws there, but you could be a part of a poll that can decide 1 or 2. That's all. And then the amount of 1s and 2s gets counted up. And if there's only 1 and if there's only 1 2, then that doctor will be the one for me to check me out. Yeah. But I'm tired. I'm done. You guys have a good night, and I'll definitely catch you on the flip side. And I'll try to come on tomorrow early. Let's see if I do early bird. Let's see how I feel. I hope I feel good. If I don't, you'll know I won't be on here. So I'm gonna try my best. Let's see what happens. But I've been tired lately, and I know it's coming from my neck. So I'm trying. So until then, I'll see y'all later. Peace.